these vouchers, but if you don't, send it up this way. The committee assistant, we are jumping the gun. Obviously, we're a little early this year. Our committee assistant is not quite ready. She's in training today. Her name is Adrian. You will see her next week. Dayton will be keeping us on task today. Is there any housekeeping things from staff before we get started? All right, we're going to go ahead and start our hearings with Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. Dayton, if you will.
Good morning, members of the committee. Dayton Lemunian, Principal Fiscal Analyst for Legislative Research. Just to introduce myself, I'll be facilitating the committee on behalf of KLRD during the upcoming session, so let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, the top document should, after the agenda, should look like this. It says Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. This is a fee-funded agency, so and there's not really many changes, so I'm going to take the opportunity to walk you through the document since it's been revised since last session. First, I'd note that the Executive Director, David Fye, is in the audience behind me and will be presenting following my presentation. Looking at page 1, the table there in the middle shows expenditures by both fiscal year and version. So walking through, we have fiscal years 24 and 25 actual expenditures, then the 2026 amount that was approved by the legislature last year. And the agency's budget revises the fiscal year 2026 estimate. So the fiscal year 2026 and 27 revised estimates are listed there. Finally, the pie chart that demonstrates what percentage of the state's budget the BSRB makes up. So for the state general fund, it's $0, 0%, and that's because this agency received no state general fund dollars. For the all funds, it's less than 1%, about $1.2 million out of the total state budget. Turning to page 2. This page provides you kind of the high-level changes in the agency. For this agency, there are no enhancements or reappropriations. There are no major changes in fiscal year 26. And then in fiscal year 2027, there's a legislative pay plan amount that I'll detail later on. So this is just a high-level overview for you. Turning to page 3. Here you can see a 10-year expenditure history for the agency. This agency does not have any state general fund, as I mentioned, so that line at the bottom is $0 for the past 10 years. Otherwise, you can see they're all funds as it has changed over the years. And those amounts are then detailed in the table below. And finally, we have a 5-year, 10-year change, and then a 3-year average of expenditures. Turning to page 4. This table does look similar to the previous table for this agency. However, what it shows are the expenditures by major purpose. So for the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, all of their expenditures are in the purpose of state operations. They don't have any aid or assistance, which would be going out to other agencies or individuals, and they don't have any capital budget or debt expenditures. In the table below, you can see the state operations is comprised of salaries and wages, which is 66.8% of their budget. 32% is contractual services, and then smaller amounts in commodities and capital outlay. Turning to page 5. So this table, these 3 tables that I've just walked you through are each getting more and more granular. So this table provides the object level, so the most detailed view of the state operations. So you'll see those same categories here, salaries and wages, contractual services, etc. Looking at salaries and wages, most of the agency's budget, or 46.9% of the budget, is spent on employee pay, so a large plurality there. And then 19.9% on employee benefits, for a total of 66% spent on salaries and wages. And then turning to page 6. Other agencies you'll see will have that similar breakdown for other purposes. However, this agency's only operations, so the next table is expenditures by program. This agency really only has two programs. That is their licensing and renewal, which is 86% of their budget, and then their investigation and discipline, which is 13.5% of the budget. The boardroom camera and projector that you see there is kind of a one-time budgetary item related to ARPA funding. And then the bottom table there shows the FTE. This agency has 12 FTE, and they apportion them between the two programs based on their work as it relates to each of those programs. Okay, turning to page 7. This top table is an expenditure by fund. For this agency, they only have one fund, really. It's the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Fee Board, fee fund, a lot of words, which makes up the total of their budget. Then the remainder of that page is a fee fund analysis. So looking at that table, you can see their beginning balance. So that would be the amount carried forward from the previous year. You see their revenue in each year, which is primarily their licensure fees. And then finally, you see their expenditures by category for each year, with the bottom purple line being their ending balance, or the amount that is unspent and remains in their fee fund for future years. Turning to page 8. This page begins our more detailed analysis of the changes in the fiscal year 2026 budget that you all are familiar with. The fiscal year 2026 approved budget for the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board was $1.2 million, all from their fee fund, and 12 FTE positions. Looking at the table there on page 8, there are no changes to that approved amount. You can see there that their item 1 shows a couple items that were included in their approved amount last year. So last year, the legislature approved a pay plan which totaled $17,000 for this agency, and they approved decreasing funding for a temporary licensure position. There are no changes for fiscal year 2026. I can continue on to fiscal year 27 if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Turning to page 9 then. For the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, and this is sort of setting the stage for the rest of our budgets, the fee-funded agencies last year, you approved 3 years of budgets. So you approved 25, 26, and 27. For SGF-funded agencies, so the universities, for example, you only approved 2 years, okay? So for this agency, we're actually comparing against their amount that was approved for fiscal year 27 because we do have that information, okay? So this table here, you see the amount that was approved by you all last year for 27, and that was 1.2 million. In terms of adjustments in the agency's revised estimate, it's an increase of $17,000. This is a continuation of the pay plan that was approved last year. As I noted, last year you approved 3 years of budgets, and that third year of expenditure limitation increase was inadvertently left out of the appropriations bill. So this is just a correction to continue that same pay plan. And then finally, there are no other net changes from the approved. However, the agency did shift funding within its approved allocation. They increased salaries and wages by about 10,000, and this aligns with their fiscal year 26 revised expenditures. So assuming those will continue at the same level, and that's offset by contractual service decreases for staffing augmentation that's no longer needed. And then finally, I'll turn to page 10. The remainder of the document are the agency's fees. So you see kind of categories of fees, what the fee is, what the statutory limit is, and what the last year's fee was. I'd note here that the agency is in the process of reducing some of those fees, but they haven't been reduced quite yet. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on the budget.
Any questions for Dayton? Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very good presentation. One of my questions is the format of this information is different than what we've had in the past, at least by my memory. What is this something that you generated, or this is something we're going to see on all the budgets this year?
Mr. Chair, Representative Wagner, this is going to be standard for all of our documents. We revised the budget summary. There were requests for more detail, and some people prefer the higher level detail. So I think we've got all of that captured here based on what each person is interested in. That's our goal.
Thank you. One more question, if I could. And so how many people are licensed by this behavioral science board? It's what, a couple thousand, or how many people?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I do have that, and it may be in Director Fai's presentation, but I'll provide that if it's not.
Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I get a copy of the performance-based budget on this too, please?
Mr. Chair, Representative Riley, the performance-based budgeting is not yet prepared. I'm one of the people who prepares that, so I'll be working on that tomorrow. It just wasn't ready in time for these week 0 meetings.
All right, thank you.
Just want to highlight, we're all rusty. We're getting back into it. It is right here. We'll get caught up. That's why we do the 0 week stuff. Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are the reduced fees, is that going to reduce your revenue, or by how much?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I would anticipate that it would reduce revenue. I would leave that to the executive director to provide those details if he has them. Yeah.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. And just kind of a point of clarification. Often you were saying we approved this amount last year, but that's we approve as a body, as an overall body, not necessarily this committee. Because I do know that there was discrepancy between what we recommend and what ends up happening over in the other bigger appropriations. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Representative, yes, thank you for that point. I was saying you as the legislative body broadly. So yes, there are changes after you all make your recommendations. For example, those will be revised possibly by House Appropriations Conference Committee. So yes, this reflects the final legislative approved budget that was, passed by the full legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up on Representative Wagner's question. So when you get that number of how many members or whatever they have as far as membership, can you back that up and let us know for your document here goes back 8 years. Could you at least go back 8 years to see whether there's an increase, decrease, or how that level, whether there's been a level amount of membership over the last 8 years? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Representative, yes, I can do that. I'd note, I'm looking at the first page, they license a lot of different behavioral science professions, so that'll fluctuate by profession, but I'm happy to provide that.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dayton. All right, next up we've got the Executive Director, David Fye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is David Fye. I'm the Executive Director for the Kansas Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, and appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on our revised budget estimate for the agency. And I think, in going through my testimony, I think I'll be able to answer most of the questions raised by the committee members, but I'm also happy to take any additional questions. And I believe the chair of the board, David Anderson, may also be attending the meeting, just viewing the meeting on WebEx. So I wanted to mention that he is viewing the meeting and in attendance as well. In my written testimony before you, I just wanted to let you know that we are a composite board. The Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board essentially functions as 7 agencies in one. We oversee licensing and regulation of individual practitioners in 7 different professions. And in my testimony, I have them listed there: licensed psychology, master's level psychology, behavior analysis, social work, professional counseling, addiction counseling, and marriage and family therapy. And as Mr. Lemunyan mentioned in his review of our budget, last year's legislature did approve a budget for the BSRB for fiscal year 26 and 27. We don't have any changes from what was approved last year, with the exception of that technical adjustment in 27 to make sure that pay plan that was put in place is maintained across both 26 and 27. I would tell you today, it's been my impression that our agency functions with a great deal of efficiency and effectiveness. As a composite board, we're able to pool staff and use licensing specialists, clerical staff, investigators that work on similar subject areas to be able to gain efficiencies that way. And by doing that, we've been able to keep our fees low and be able to maintain our cost. We have 12 board members, 8 professional members, 4 public members, and the 4 professional members are spread across those professions that we regulate. But in addition to the 12 board members, we also have about 60 volunteers. These are licensees across the professions that volunteer to serve their time as members of our advisory committees. And those advisory committees meet for 2 hours every other month and provide recommendations to the board from the perspective of each of the 7 professions that are regulated. So I think that's a real big benefit, and I just wanted to make you aware of that as a resource for us. Over the last few years, a lot of different states such as Iowa, Utah, and other states have moved to a composite model for the mental health professions like we have here in Kansas. So I just wanted to let you know, it's been my impression that this model is not only working here well in Kansas, it's also being picked up by other states as well. In terms of how many individuals that we license and regulate, currently we have 16,928 licenses that we oversee. Those are permanent licenses. In addition to that, we have a number of individuals that have temporary licenses on their way to a permanent license. But in terms of permanent licensees, it's almost 17,000 people. This is an increase of about 817 permanent licenses above the number from 1 year ago when I spoke to this committee. And it's an increase of about 1,500 above 2 years ago when I spoke to the members of this committee. We have seen strong, consistent growth in the professions that we regulate, and I'm happy to report that this continues to increase. In the table there on the front page of my testimony, I've listed the total number of licensees for each of the individual 7 professions. We have tiered licensure for some of those, so those are grouped in that table there. We are a small fee-funded agency. In the grand scheme of all the state agencies in the state, we are one of the smaller ones, but we do work very hard. We have one fee fund, the BSRB fee fund. And so I think it's important to highlight that we don't receive any money from the state general fund, but every year the legislature puts a limit on how much we can spend from our fee fund. And so that is why we are coming to you today and asking for no further adjustments in our limitations that were approved last year. We do contribute about $100,000 of the revenue we receive back to the state general fund, and that's by statute. That is consistent across fee-funded agencies like the BSRB. On the second page of my testimony, just have a highlight there as far as the fiscal year budgets for fiscal year 26 and 27, that we have no further request above what was approved last year with the adjustment of that technical adjustment in 17. But I did want to provide a few updates for the committee in terms of some operations and items may be relevant to the budget. First, we are in the process of moving to the state's enterprise licensing system. A few years back, the legislature passed a bill to allow state agencies to move to that new system under a company called Acela. And so we are about a year into the process of moving our system over. And I would expect by the end of calendar year 26, we'll be fully integrated in the new Acela system. And this will provide better functionality for our applicants and also our staff members. One of the main benefits is for people to be able to apply for licensure online. So we're really excited about moving that direction and thankful to the legislature for providing that opportunity. Additionally, in the last year, we have fully moved to a new website through Granicus that was designed to provide better user ability to individuals accessing our website through mobile devices. The research shows that an increasing number of people are accessing websites using their phones and things like that. So we wanted better functionality. We've also streamlined so that people can get to whatever they're looking for a little bit easier, and we have sorted things with a common sense approach on our website as well. We also have reached and provided a new service to our licensees with an agreement through a company, CE Broker. And so what this agreement is that we provide all of our licensees with a free account if they optionally choose to take this advantage and use this. But through this free account with CE Broker, they can upload documentation of their continuing education hours. So if they are selected for audit when they renew their license, we can perform those audits more effectively. Again, it's not required by any licensees, but it was something we were able to negotiate as a free tool for licensees, and we do encourage our licensees to use that. Additionally, we value outreach. And so back in January of 2021, we launched a YouTube channel for the agency. And since that time, we have broadcast about 230 of our board meetings and our advisory committee meetings. Those have been viewed over 12,000 times, actually 12,232. And so from what I have heard, prior to us having a YouTube channel, we may have had as many as 10 in-person attendees over the course of a calendar year. But through this, we have maybe 2,500 views of our meetings. And so we're really happy to provide that transparency and visibility for all the hard work the board is doing and the advisory committees. Additionally, I and my assistant director travel to different schools and provide presentations to students in terms of the application process for licensure, the expectations once you become a professional, and then also the role of the BSRB and how we can help individuals become licensed mental health practitioners. One question that sometimes we receive is the balance in the BSRB fund. As was mentioned, we have one fund, the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board Fee Fund, the BSRB Fee Fund. And at the end of January 2023, the balance in that fund was about $2.2 million. The Budget Committee at the time encouraged the agency to take action to lower the balance in that fund. Our yearly expenditures are about 1.1 to 1.2 million. And so the board had previously lowered some fees in 2019, but some of the effect of that had been mitigated by some temporary savings related to the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, a lot of groups could not meet in person. Our board could not have meetings in person for a time. So there was some temporary travel savings and things like that. But once things got back to normal, we were seeing more of the savings or seeing more of the effect of that decrease. But also in 2023, the board lowered some additional fees. And so since that time, the balance in the fee fund has decreased. We also received authority to hire 2 new staff members, and so they helped with licensing responsibilities. We have not increased any fees because of that, but basically the fee fund balance has been dropping over the years steadily. If you look at the testimony, you will see that it went from about 2.2 million down to a little over 2 million in 24, and then down to about 1.9 million in 25. And the balance as of the current balance is about 1.79 thousand. And so basically by these fee decreases, the board's actions to lower the balance is happening in a steady rate over time. And so I just wanted to report that back to the committee that, the board was very responsive to the committee's direction to lower some additional fees and draw that balance down. But in addition to that, the board has also voted to lower some additional fees. And so in the budget write-up by Mr. Lemunion, some of the decreases in the original license fees are what we have submitted to lower those fees to be. So we hope that those are implemented in fiscal year 26. But as you can see, the last comment in my testimony is that those fee decreases, we have put in some temporary regulations followed by permanent regulations to lower our original license fees by $50 for all professions that have an original license fee, with the exception of psychology, and we'll be lowering the application fee by $50. So essentially, those professions will see that $50 decrease for the period of 5 years. We understand that if our fee fund balance continues to drop, at some point, we will need to rebalance things. So what the board voted to do was to decrease fees for 5 years and then reevaluate to see if that can be continued or if that needs to go away. So that has been submitted. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But I'd be happy to answer any other additional questions. I was looking at the questions that the committee members asked in terms of how many that we have currently licensed. Just to kind of circle back around to that, that is roughly almost 17,000 individuals across the 7 professions. In terms of the reduced fees, the most recent fee reduction that we have submitted should reduce fees by about $75,000 per year. And then in terms of the number of licensees for an 8-year time period that was requested, I do want to highlight that after my written testimony, I included a table of our licensees. And this table is something we provide to our board every other month. It shows a history of permanent licensees under the board going back a little over 10 years. So from July of 2015 to current, you can see that over that time, while there are some fluctuations between different levels of licensing, in general, the number of licensees has increased from about 12,100 up to almost 17,000. And that's part of the reason why we hired some additional staff a few years back, is because we continue to see positive, strong growth in these professions. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. But we have seen a growth of nearly 5,000 licenses over the last 10 years. I understand that those are a lot of acronyms. And so on the following page, you will see those professions grouped by profession. It's the same information. It's just kind of displayed a little differently if you wanted to see it by different profession. And like I mentioned on the following page, if you were curious about the actual acronyms for those types of licenses, I did include a helpful acronym list so you can see what those acronyms actually relate to. And then as the last page in my testimony, I really do value the work of those advisory committee members that assist the work of the board. So I just wanted to kind of display that as a representative or a picture for you to kind of show those 7 different groups that all work to assist the board. And so I wanted to thank those members as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fye. We got Representative Amix has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fye, thank you for your testimony. One of the questions I have, and I appreciate you bringing up the fee fund, because I know the last 6 years that I've been on the board with several of the members here, we've had that discussion about at what level does that fee fund need to be. The estimate that we see is at the end of 27, it's going to be about $1.1 million, at least according to this. At what point do we need to, or does the board really need to be looking at maintaining the levels of the cost of license or whatever is going to happen? You say you're going to keep them reduced for 5 years and then review, board's going to review those amounts and make sure that it's not going on. What is the number that will be in that fund balance that's going to force the board to make changes to the fees?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would say, well, the legislature has not provided a specific target. I think what the board has discussed is that we are trying to draw the balance down in our fee fund to about 1 year of expenditures. So we have about a budget of about 1.1 to 1.2 million. So that's what we would be looking at. When we submitted our budget estimate back in September, there were a few things that we took into account. One was the current growth in terms of total number of licensees, and we have seen more growth. So that has affected our revenue in a positive way. We also budget based on expenditures that we may need. As a one fund, we don't have a separate, reserve or a litigation fund. We have one fund for the agency. And so if things were to come up, such as, potential lawsuits involving licensure or disciplinary actions, we need to have those funds available. We hope that those are not needed, but those have to be part of the budget. So we hope to always have some level of savings in our budget every year. But if we were to spend the full budget, that would lead to those balances. We also don't know fully the effect of some of the multi-state compacts that have been passed recently. We expect that will provide an alternative to licensure, so that may affect our revenue in certain ways, but we don't really know exactly how that will be fully fleshed out, as some of those are still being implemented. So I would say as a target, about $1.1, $1.2 million. Thankfully, I can say that the fee fund balance has not decreased as was originally projected, but part of that is because we've seen so many people become licensed and pursue licensure, which is a good thing. And we've had some savings in certain years below what we were anticipating spending. So that has impacted our original estimates.
Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're switching over to this enterprise licensing system. I guess my question would be, do you not expect that to be more efficient? I mean, that you would need less personnel because more of your licensing is automated such as it would be or online?
Right now, we hope that we'll become more efficient through that. It will definitely become more user-friendly for individuals to apply for licensure online. Right now, with our 7 different professions and tiered licensure, we have individuals working in the office in specialized areas. So, some people will work their way towards an independent or clinical level of licensure. And so currently we have one person who's sort of a specialist for clinical applicants, another person who reviews their training plans as they submit for hours to be approved. We have another person who focuses primarily on renewals. So with the new system, when we gain some better functionality, we'll have to reevaluate roles for staff. But right now, we're still about a year away from it being fully set up. Originally, I think there were several agencies that went ahead and entered this process. I think we were number 7. So I think maybe 3 of them have started to go live, but we're still maybe about a year away from that fully being set up and tested. So.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and be quick on this. David, you always do a great job with your presentations. I'm always impressed with your operations. But I have some questions that I'll probably be consistent on this year is, so when you have a person that applies for a license, do you have a processing timeline of operations? So we receive the application, how many days would it take for them to be notified that, okay, you are successful? And what percentage of those are successful the first time? And if you don't, that's fine. You can get back with me too. I was just curious.
Thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate the question, Representative, and I'd be happy to kind of bring back some of that information. And I hate to kind of say it's a case-by-case basis, but in a lot of situations it is. Frequently, we don't receive all the information that we need to evaluate someone's education, or, you know, they may submit some information on an application, but we need their transcript from their school, or some individuals submit everything but don't pay the fee. And so they're kind of missing an item. We do provide a response to them within the first 15 days to let them know, based on our initial review, it appears we're still missing these things, and then we work to receive those. I can tell you for individuals that are already licensed in another state that are coming across by reciprocity, that time frame is shorter because they've already met the qualifications in another state and they're just trying to become licensed in Kansas, so that goes very quick. In terms of individuals that are applying for license, you know, part of that comes down to our staff, and part of that comes down to the applicant, whether they have submitted everything and whether they're ready. We do let some people apply for licensure in advance of graduation. So for some professions, they can start that process early. So their time frame will be a little bit longer, but that's because we know they can't meet the qualifications. We just let them get into that line a little early. So, you know, looking at everyone, it's a little hard to quantify. What we tend to do is look at what is our time frame once we have all the information necessary to make a decision. And so if we have all the information necessary to make a decision, or otherwise like a complete application, most of those are issued the same week that we have everything we need, often the same day. But in terms of, you know, approximately what percentage we're able to go through that process, I could try to bring back some official numbers for you, but I can just say based on kind of what I have seen, frequently what happens is someone applies for licensure and we get pieces. And part of this is moving to the new system. Our current system, we receive a lot of things through the physical mail. With our new system, we're hoping to receive a lot more of that electronically, where it'll just go to that file. It'll let us know that everything has been received and it's ready for processing. So part of our efficiency we'll hope to gain with this new system will help with some of that too.
All right, thank you, David. And just to follow up, 13.5% of your operating expense is towards investigation and discipline. So I don't see this in here. If I let my license expire and you find out, is there a penalty for that? Is there an additional fee, or do I just have to renew it? I mean, if I've been operating with an expired license, there should be some ramifications, I would imagine.
Yes, and there's no issue if you let your license expire. That is the way that most people retire or step away from the profession. So if you let your license expire, that is perfectly fine. In fact, when someone's getting close to their license expiring, we send multiple notices to let them know, if you want to continue to practice, you need to renew your license. And then when someone's license does expire, we send them a letter to basically let them know, here's what that means. It means you can no longer practice. If you want to come back and practice again, you'll need to have your license reinstated. And so there is a fee to reinstate the license. It's essentially double the renewal fee, and they'll have to show that they had all the continuing education hours from one licensure period. But about 3 years ago, as a motivator to help with workforce, we were able to put in some ways to bring people back to the workforce back in 23 as an incentive to bring people back that had been retired for over a year. We were able to reduce the cost to reinstate a license by half. We were also able to create a temporary 6-month reinstatement temporary license. So if someone didn't have all of their CE hours but wanted to come back and practice to earn money to take some of those classes, they could get a temporary reinstatement license, practice for 6 months, earn the money to finish those hours, and then have their license permanently reinstated. So it just kind of depends on the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Fye. We got a couple more for you. Representative Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of real quick questions. David, tremendous job here. I mean, you answered my question right away with your page 5 and 6 of your testimony. Just as a follow-up on the information on the renewal, one of my questions. So you say several times you notify people. Do you notify them ahead of time just by email, or do you do email and mail?
So, Mr. Chairman, we let all of our licensees know that our official method of communication moved to email several years back. And so we let them know based on their official email with the BSRB. Now, if their license does expire, we send them a letter to let them know their license has now expired. Here's what that means, and here's the process to reinstate. But we follow the email because that's our official way to communicate with our licensees.
Just back onto that then. So what happens if your email gets dropped into spam, your email gets, or they change their email address? Do they need to notify you whenever they do that kind of thing?
Yes, they have a responsibility to let us know their official email contact so that we can notify them of different things like that. And it is the responsibility of every licensee to also be mindful of their expiration date. We try to be helpful in that process, but it is the responsibility of every licensee.
And then my second question had to do with the report here on page 5 of the your state operations. So I'm hearing, that you're not on board yet. You're coming up on the new software. So I look at the amount of fees that you have. Is part of that fees going to the Attorney General for legal services, or how do you do your legal services for those people?
So a few years back, we switched to having a competitively bid contract for legal services. So we previously were under the Attorney General's office, but about 3 years ago, we switched. And so now we receive legal services through a 5-year contract with a law firm, Frieden and Forbes. So they perform legal services for us for both licensing to assist the work of the board, and then also for disciplinary purposes. And then they just bill us by the hour under the provisions of that contract we have with them.
Vice Chair Sweeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David, for being here. I had a couple questions. So when you look at kind of the entry level in my terms is like a licensed associate social worker and licensed bachelor's social worker, the numbers have kind of went down a lot in the last decade. So are those people just getting more accredited to go into the master's programs? Like licensed master's social work has went up tremendously. Are they just kind of moving straight into that?
The majority of the answer to that is yes. We've seen more people go from the bachelor's to getting a master's degree, staying in school longer, and moving from what would traditionally be a bachelor's level license to a master's level license. And then a lot of those individuals are moving now to the clinical or independent level license. So while the bachelor's level is going down, a lot of the reason for that is people are staying in school longer, getting a higher level degree, and then they can make more money after graduation. The associate level is a little bit different. That was a group of licensees that existed prior to the agency being formed back in 1980, when the social workers and psychologists were combined. When that legislation passed, it actually said anyone with an associate level social work license could continue to renew that as long as they wanted to, but the board would not be able to issue more associate level social work licenses. So that group has shrunk over the years, and so that's why we only have 4 people at that level now.
Okay, and we're going to be good with those numbers continuing to shrink, right?
For the associate level,
Or just the bachelor's as well,
I-
if they're getting more accredited, right?
I believe as long as the overall number continues to grow, that's in the best interest of everyone. And I know from the perspective of licensees, being able to earn more money on reimbursements, I think is a positive thing. So I think having that shift to the master's and clinical is a positive result.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a good question for the committee to note as we hear budgets from the higher education, from the institutions, that maybe we inquire about that as well, just to kind of see where that line of occupation is going in the future. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. There's a you set the standard for an effective budget briefing, and I like to start the year off like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving on to the Kansas State Board of Healing Arts, we got Edgar Klein.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Today, I'll be presenting the Board of Healing Arts budget. In front of you, you should have a 9-page document that looks like this. Note that the Board of Healing Arts is an entirely fee-funded agency. Looking at page 1, the expenditure by fiscal year table, you'll see that there is a slight uptick in expenditures going from fiscal year 2025 to 2026. This is attributed to the pay plan adjustment, which added approximately $200,000 in additional spending. Additionally, the agency has moved into a larger space in the 800 Southwest building across the street from the Capitol. These are the major expenditure contributors, as you'll see shortly in greater detail. Moving on to page 3, we have a history of the summary of expenditures of the agency. As I pointed out earlier, the most recent increased spending is with the 2025 SB 125, which added the pay plan adjustment. Moving on to page 4, I want to draw your attention to the second table labeled expenditures by category by fiscal year 24-27. Here we see salaries and wages making up 3/4 of total agency expenditures, and the remaining quarter attributed to contractual services. Moving on to page 6, there is an expenditures by classification table that shows the breakdown of where the agency's monies comes from. We see that almost all of it comes from fee funds. The remaining amount is attributed to the medical records maintenance trust fund, which covers the cost of transfer, maintenance, and storage of abandoned medical records. Now turning your attention to page 7, we have a table listed out for you with all the fees. The top section has all the initial fees, with the bottom section covering renewals. There have been no changes in the fees in recent years. And if you have any questions on statutory limits, you may find the reference statutes in the note listed below. Moving on to page 8, the fiscal 2026 analysis. We see that the 2025 legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for state agencies. The pay plan legislature approved the increasing funding for salary increases by $200,000, all from the Board of Healing Arts Fee Fund in fiscal year 2026 to provide salaries increases for most state employees based on the Department Administration's market survey for fiscal year 2026. There were no reappropriations, supplemental requests, and the agency FTE remains at 67. Before we move on to fiscal year 2027, does anyone have any questions?
No, go ahead.
Okay. For fiscal year 2027, we have the pay plan adjustment listed again. This is it being a biannual agency. I will not read the pay plan adjustment again because it's the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to stand for any questions. The agency head, Susan Giles, is also here to make brief remarks after my presentation.
All right, thank you, Edgar. I was fast forwarded and I liked it. Committee, have any questions for Edgar? Representative Wagner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have to bring it up. I'm looking at your detail from 24-25 as far as your written leases jumped up, doubled, and they go back down. And the fees, professional services dropped from $1 million down to $620,000. And I mean, what exactly was going on there? That looks totally, bizarre.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I do not have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to provide further detail to you.
Okay, fair enough.
We've got a representative from the board speaking next. We can inquire. Anybody else for Edgar? Thank you, Edgar. All right, Susan Guile, the Executive Director of Kansas Board of Healing Arts. You're up, ma'am. Thanks for being here.
Is it on? Did I turn it on or off? It's on. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for having me here, Honorable Chair Turk and committee members. My name is Susan Guile. I'm the Executive Director for the Kansas State Board of Healing Arts. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about my agency's budget. You have my written testimony. I won't go through that line by line for you, but there are a couple things I just want to highlight for you this morning. KSBHA licenses and regulates 16 healthcare professions. We are a fully fee-funded agency and a net contributor to the state general fund. The increases seen in our budget are mostly attributed to increases in salary. Many of our staff have longevity and have received legislatively approved pay increases. With this increases, the CAPERS payments and insurance payments, et cetera. Cost of living, general increase in cost of living, items that we purchase, increased rent, utilities, et cetera, all attribute to some of that. We also have done some upgrades and modernizing to our IT infrastructure. This is much needed to ensure security, all of our IT information and the information that we hold on those that we license and our staff. I feel like it just turned off, but I didn't touch anything. Can you hear me? Okay. Since 2017, the agency has not had an increase in the number of FTE. However, the workload continues to grow. The number of licensees that we license and regulate has grown each year. We've had at least 2 additional professions added and at least 5 license types have been added. I also think it's important for you to note that with each profession that we have, there are multiple subtypes under each license. For example, with a medical license, there are active licenses, inactive license, exempt, non-exempt, post-grad permits, et cetera, et cetera. So each of those has their own nuances that my staff have to be aware of when they're working. There have been statutorily required timelines for issuance of specific license types. We have taken on the Interstate Medical License Compact, the Physical Therapy Compact have both been implemented, each with their own rules and timelines. The Physical Physician Associate Compact has been approved by the legislature, and we are working currently with the national organization on implementation of this compact. It too will have its own set of rules and timelines. All of this is workload and attention to detail for my licensing staff. Disciplinary and litigation staff are dealing with increasing numbers and complexities of the cases that they work. The IV hydration and med spa cases are a new realm and very nuanced. These cases require work and attention to detail and will result in use and cost of more expert witnesses. General Counsel Department, as a result, is dealing with trickle down from all of this. The unlicensed practice of medicine cases are more complex and detailed and take longer to prosecute and will likely cost more money. We get core requests that take an immense amount of work. I won't drone on and on. You get what I'm trying to say. We are also looking at a new licensing software system. I want to give a shout out to my IT staff because they have really helped us streamline. We have a very antiquated system. We are in line also for the Acela system, but we are last. And I think it's probably going to be about 2028 before we get onto that system. And the system that we're on now sunsets in 2027, which means we will get no support from our current provider. So we are looking at other alternatives to potentially move on to before that, because it's really imperative that we have a quality system. So that's more that we're addressing.
Susan, can I
Yes.
stop you for just a second?
Certainly can.
I don't want to move on from the subject quite yet. Tell me more. Tell me why you're last and who is it that is doing the onboarding onto this software?
So one of the reasons we are last is because right now, and let me be very clear, IT is not my thing, and so I'm probably not going to use the right language. But we are a
You wouldn't
host.
understand anyway, Susan.
Okay.
Tell
We
us
are-
the best you can.
We are a host agency for some of the other regulatory agencies. For example, BSRB, we host them. I have 5 IT staff in my agency, and they host, I'm probably not going to get it right. KREC has now, the Real Estate Commission has moved to Acela. But prior to Acela coming on, we hosted Tech Professions, Real Estate Commission, Real Estate Appraisal Board, BSRB, and a while ago cosmetology, but they offboarded a while ago. So we hosted those 5 agencies with the same software system. So they are on our servers, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to go last so that all of those agencies can offboard, and then we can be the last one to go. So we can continue to host them until they're all moved over. Does that make
Who-
sense?
Yeah, and who offboards them? Is this OITS?
Yes. When they transition to Acela, then they will go off of this, it's called MLO, the system that we're all on, My License Office. And so they'll leave MLO and transition to Acela. And so we sort of have to be the last man standing so that we can continue to provide services to them.
Okay, and the timeline that you're receiving is 2028.
That's what my IT folks are telling me.
And yet OITS understands your timeline is 2027.
I don't want to speak for OITS. I don't know if they understand that or not.
They will.
So,
Well, thank you for that little chunk. It's good. I'm glad we're getting this done in 0 week so that when we see OITS and general government budget, those are questions that we can ask. Please continue. Thank you.
those are really the highlights that I wanted to hit. I do want to, I know Representative Haskins, you had asked Mr. Fye the question about processing timelines. And in our goal is to process from the time we get a complete application, which we consider an application complete when we have the last document that we need. It goes through 2 steps. Our licensing analyst looks at it, makes sure it's complete and it meets all the criteria, and then they send it to a licensing specialist. We want that licensing analyst to do that within 7 to 10 business days of receipt, and then we want it to go through final review within 7 to 10 business days as well. We're doing pretty good with that. It will tend to increase in timeline between like May and July, which is our busy time. Everyone's graduating and our MDs are renewing, and that's 13,000 licensees, just the MDs. In 2025, we hit about 64% that we're hitting final review within that timeline. We're really striving to increase that and do better every year. So that's where I'm happy to stand for any questions that you all have.
Any additional questions for Susan? Representative Wagner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Susan, if the majority of the fees are received from May to July, why don't you stagger renewals so that it's not all hitting in one quarter? I mean, is there any chance that that would somehow be a better methodology?
We've thought about that and talked about that. And for one thing, with our current system, I wouldn't want to change anything, because anytime we do any slight change, things break and there are lots of issues. Right now, we do our renewals by license type. So all MDs renew at the same time, all DOs renew at the same time. I know other professions do it based on birthday, based on a lot of things. For us, we touch a lot of other areas. We touch credentialing, insurance, things like that. And I think we would really have to talk to some stakeholders about what it would do if we started parsing out that certain MDs, for example, renewed here and others here. I think it might create more problems than it solved.
Anyone else? Representative Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your presentation. Well done. I just had a quick question, just as history, because I haven't been on this committee, is I see that your FTEs has increased like 7 in comparison to the total amount of FTEs you have. But your budget over the last 8 years increased about 30%. So what was that need for those FTEs? Is it, and I understand what the renewals and everything that you gotta go through the continuing ed credits with everybody and make sure that that's a very manual kind of thing. But can you just give me a little background of the increase in costs and increase of FTEs?
So when are you saying that our FTEs increased by 7? Because I think I can explain.
I'm looking at page 3, just the net from 2018 FTEs was 60, and now you're proposing 2025, 67. So that's 7 increase in FTEs, but if you do a comparison of your all funds budget of back in 2018, you were at 6,300,000. Now you're looking pretty close, all the way up to 8 million. So I understand the increase in capers. I understand salaries increase. So just give me a little backup of what that increase was, where it came from.
So our FTE allotment has been 67 since at least 2017. What you're seeing here is the agency didn't understand how we were supposed to report our FTE. So we've been reporting in our budget our actual number of staff that we had, positions that we had filled, not the number of FTE that we had allocated and approved. And so we figured that out in recent years. And so that's why you see 67 for the last 3 years. Because I don't have 67 staff right now, currently in positions filled.
So I'm going to mention to anybody, hopefully I've got other presenters listening online. I've learned in my budget time that when you present and we discuss FTEs, it helps not only us, but specifically you and your case, that when we're discussing it, you mention how many you are allowed to have, how many you currently have filled. When you give that context, it, 1, reduces questions, and 2, helps us advance to more complicated and more poignant questions. I appreciate it. So how many are you currently allotted to have?
Allotted 67.
You have how many employed?
Oh gosh, we had a couple resign recently. We had a couple start yesterday. I'm going to get you that exact number. I don't want to give you a number and be wrong.
It's very helpful. And I'm moving forward with any agency listening. I'll tell you this, at the current temperature of the building, you will make more headway asking for technology that makes you more efficient, more than adding bodies at the moment. And I'm telling you from a personal perspective, I want to help you deal dearly with your technology side of the house. All right?
Appreciate that.
Efficiency is crucial, especially in all the agencies we'll be hearing, not only in this budget subcommittee, but all budget subcommittees and appropriations as a whole. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Wagner.
Thank you much. I know you had some sort of pay plan changes, but your salaries and wages going up to your 6.16 million in fiscal year 26 from 4.7 in 24. I mean, that's a huge increase in 2 years. I'm baffled as to how it could jump up that much.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Page 5 of the budget summary that has the details, your salaries and wages, your actual. The employee pay was like 3.4 million, went up to 4.5 million in 2 years. Benefits went up similarly. And what explains that?
Let me do some analysis and give you an answer on that. Because I think I know, but I want to give you an actual accurate answer. Yep.
Okay. Representative Sweetley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Susan, for being here today. I just have the same question I was going to ask, or that I asked David. Are we seeing anything that's concerning of a downtick in a certain number or certain field of licenses that we need to look at or anything?
No, the number of licensees continues to increase. What we will be working on, one of our projects for this year is the total number of workforce data that I would like to be able to bring back to you all next year. Because what we don't know necessarily, so for example, we have 13,000 licensed physicians, MDs in Kansas. What we don't know is where they are. Are they practicing in Kansas? Where are they practicing in Kansas? Are they practicing full-time? Are they doing administrative type work? Are they doing hands-on work? That's what we don't know. So that's what we really want to work on this year is, do we actually have 13,000 licensed MDs in Kansas? So that's what I hope to be able to bring back to you in a more clear picture in the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Susan? Ma'am, I appreciate it. You did a great job.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Have a great
I'll-
day.
We'll follow up with you on anything we learned with
Appreciate it. Do you want me to leave this on?
schedule.
Off?
All right, well, we are about 3 minutes behind schedule, so Edgar, I have no doubt, will catch us up. So you are up, Mr. Klein.
All right, today I'll be reviewing the Historical Society budget summary. Now drawing your attention to the first table labeled expenditures by fiscal year. In version, you'll note that this agency was approved for $5.6 million in SGF in fiscal year 2026, and they maintained this estimate and increased it by $250,000 for the agency fiscal year 2026. This increase, as you'll see in greater detail on the next page, is due to a few supplemental requests. Now comparing the all funds amount, we see roughly a $300,000 difference between the fiscal year 2026 legislature approved amount and the agency estimate. This is mainly due to a rise in facilities and management and education outreach. This is shown in greater detail at the top of page 7. Now looking at the bottom pie charts, you'll note that the Historical Society budget summary makes up less than 1% of the total education budget, and again, in terms of all funds. That is not to downplay the importance of this agency, it is simply to give you context in a reference point. Now turning to page 2, these are the highlighted changes in the budget. I'd like to point out the agency has submitted testimony that goes into greater detail for these supplements and enhancements. I will skip over reading these figures to you now, as I will address them later in my analysis section. Also, I want to point out there was a motion in the SBC to delete all supplementals and enhancement requests, and also delete reappropriations from all appropriated funds, excluding capital improvements, education caseloads, human services caseloads, and assigned council caseloads in fiscal year 2026. Turning to page 3, you can see in the first table, there's a line graph with a spike in both the blue SGF line and the green all funds line in fiscal year 2025. This is due to capital improvement expenditures, as you can see in greater detail on the first table in page 4. Moving on to page 7 with the condensed expenditures tables and agency FTE count. Pages 5 and 6, I have skipped over, contain a more granular view of the expenditures broken out by classification. And looking at the expenditures by program table at the top of page 7, you can see that the majority of the agency's expenditures come from providing cultural resources, 34%, administrative costs, 19%, and educational outreach, 14%. Looking below, you can see that there is a FTE breakdown by program. Note that there is a difference of 4.5 FTE from the fiscal year 2026 approved amount and the fiscal year 2026 agency estimate. This is due to the supplemental request of the museum and the Curtis House opening. Now turning the next page, page 8, you can find a breakdown of the expenditure by funds. The main takeaway from this is that the SGF dollars are the primary source of financing for the agency. And while there are federal funds and fee funds collected, they only make up roughly a quarter of the money available to the agency. Below, I have listed the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund. I've done so because this fund is one of the most wide-reaching, as it maintains historic preservation across many of the historical sites for the state, which may be of interest to you all. Now going into fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 10, I will read a few notable changes that came out of the 2025 Senate bill. First, the legislature added 40,000 SGF for Quindaro Ruins Task Force in fiscal year 2025, with a report to the House Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means on or before January 12, 2026. Of note, this committee has not yet produced a report nor met. Second, the legislature added $86,000 SGF and 2 non-FTE positions for the state capitol building's cage elevator attendants for fiscal year 2026, and added language that the 2 non-FTE positions in the Department of Administration be deleted for fiscal year 2026. The agency also has 2 SGF reappropriations, a total of 51,000 in unspent FGF monies from fiscal year 2025 into fiscal year 2026. 48,000 of which is for the Quindara Ruins Task Force, and 11,000 is for the Museum Air Unit Chiller. This agency also had a 1.5% lapse in state operations. The 2025 legislature deleted $600 in SGF. That was unspent in fiscal year 2025. That would have been reappropriated into 2026. The result of this is $50,419 SGF in reappropriations for the agency. The agency also included several supplemental requests. The first being the museum opening. They requested $216,000 and 3 FTE to return to normal staffing levels. For the Curtis House, they request $42,000 in SGF and 1.5 in FTE. For the Shawnee Indian Mission West Building restoration, they requested $200,000 in all other funds, including $100,000 in federal grants and $100,000 in private gifts. For the agency, they also included some other changes in financing for the trust and agency funds. The agency request includes a decrease of $123,000 in financing funded by trust and agency funds. For the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund, the agency requests a decrease of $100,000 in financing by State Special Revenue Fund. For federal special revenue funds, the agency request includes an increase of $25,600 for the federal special revenue funds. Finally, for the state special revenue funds, again, the agency request includes a decrease of $4,000 funded by state special revenue funds. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the fiscal year 2026 analysis. May I move on to fiscal year 2027?
Please do.
So starting on page 13, we see a similar looking table. However, it contains many enhancements and requests as laid out by the 5-year capital improvement plan. They read as follows. For capital improvement, emergency repair and services, the agency is requesting a recurring enhancement of $250,000 annually for the emergency repairs and service fund. For the archives, the agency is requesting an enhancement of $341,000 in 2027 for a new shelving unit. For the Grinter Historic Site, the agency is requesting an enhancement of $200,000 for a new parking lot. The agency is also requesting $83,000 for an IT manager and 1 FTE. For the Curtis House State Historic Site, the agency is requesting $112,000 SGF and 1.5 FTE. This is to open the Curtis House in Topeka and State Historic Site. For the museum opening, the agency is requesting a total of $375,000 and 3 FTE for 2027. These monies are to be used to return staffing levels required for the reopening of the museum in November 2025. For the Shawnee Indian Mission West Building, they're requesting $625,000 in fiscal year 2027 to restore the building. Furthermore, the agency has several changes in financing. For trust and agency funds, the agency request includes a decrease of $162,000. For the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund, the agency request includes a decrease of $91,000. And for federal special revenue funds, the agency request includes a decrease of $54,000. There are also fringe benefits. The agency request includes an increase of $40,000 in SGF for fringe benefits. And in the state special revenue funds, the agency request includes $911 in financing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my presentation on Historical Society. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Edgar. I think you're going to have a lot. Start with Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot in here. So I guess the first question I would have, it seems like this organization also has volunteers that help out with this organization. Is that true or not true?
Mr. Chair, to my understanding, I believe there are volunteers.
Do we have any idea how many?
I do not have that count off the top of my head. So I'll get that back to you.
The reason this came up a couple times is, I'm looking at page 3 of your report. Fiscal year 2018, we're at 63 FTEs, assuming those were all filled. We opened up the museum. I remember this discussion that this was going to create relatively more income because of becoming a new site. We were going to have new visitors, possibly more income coming in. Yet in 2026, we're looking at a request for 81 FTEs. So can you explain a little bit more why the increase in the FTEs over those few years?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I would have to confer with the agency to give you a full picture of why the increase for those over the course of those years.
Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it looks like what was approved in 2026 was 5.58 million, and they're requesting 7.11 million, which is a pretty substantial increase they're asking for. And so I'm assuming that the budget that the Appropriations Committee passed out in late December is just the base budget from last year. Is that correct? And then the governor's budget request we don't have yet.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Yes, Representative.
Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And next question, I see that there is a certain amount of money that comes from federal funds over the last, let's say, 8 years of your report. Is there some information that would help us out a little bit as far as whether those are any way consistent as far as knowing a certain amount of money that is going to come in from federal funds that we don't have to support through SGF? Is there any consistency of those federal funds?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the answer for you. However, I can get back to you after I speak with the agency.
Any other questions for Edgar? Okay, Edgar, I got a handful. Well, let me request this first of all. I'd like to see a printout. I wasn't quite done with you. Hopefully you can answer from there. I'd like to see on one piece of paper what they have opening this FY with it, their allowable FTEs, and then who they have employed now. They're going to be asking for additional FTEs. I want to make sure that they're full.
Absolutely.
Remind me, is this the budget with the $700,000 wall last year? Yes, I'm seeing nods. Okay. There was the Shawnee Indian Mission. Is that the one there in Leewood? Fairway. Okay. And I just find it unique that the haste in restoring these buildings come the time it comes. All right now, there was an expenditure in here that I'm trying to find. It was two back to back. Is it in 26 or 27? But it was their archives rehab and repair for a shelf. I'm going to need a little bit more information on a $341,000 shelf. And like 2 seconds later, we asked for an enhancement.
Yes.
$200,000 for a parking lot. So we have a shelf that's more expensive than a parking lot. So
Yeah. Mr. Chair, the shelf is the size of an NBA court. It is an electronic shelf. It's quite large.
all right. So push a button, it brings it to me.
Exactly.
Okay, well, that would kind of explain why that would be there. I'd like to see that shelf in action, honestly. All right, and the Ginter Historic Site, the parking lot. What's the current state of the parking lot? Is it non-existent? Does it need rehab?
It needs significant rehab. It's over 20 years old.
So it currently exists.
Yes.
Everybody loves parking in a parking lot that looks like it's the surface of the moon. All right. And then we got the IT manager. Explain to me their current IT situation and why they're wanting to hire in-house IT.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything beyond what's written on this page. However, I can confer with the agency to get you more detail on why they need an IT manager.
Thank you, Edgar. We might inquire with the next speaker and hopefully we can get all that taken care of. I appreciate it very much. You do an excellent job. Moving on, Patrick Zollner, Executive Director, Kansas State Historical Society. Did I say your name correctly? Zollner? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I can address most of those questions in my presentation. I do have a PowerPoint, if we can pull that up, that will help illustrate some of our budget request. Okay. So thank you. Again, I am Patrick Zollner, and I serve as Executive Director of the Historical Society. Do I point it at the right place? Okay, as you may have heard, our big news is that the Kansas Museum of History is finally open after being closed for more than 3 years for reinterpretation. That photo was taken a week ago today when we had a record-setting 2,300 visitors attend. Just to recap, this project was well over a decade in the making. The campaign was to raise $6 million in private funds for all new exhibits, and that started in 2015. By 2022, the funding had been secured, and we were under contract with our vendor, Dimensional Innovations, out of Overland Park, when my predecessor, Jenny Chen, unexpectedly passed away in April of that year. As you can see, it was a total remodel and reinterpretation. The one thing that was not included in the $6 million was infrastructure, and that was alluded to from last year, which is not a part of this request. We absorbed that cost, but everything inside. It wasn't a singular wall. It was all of the infrastructure, which you see, including a two-story ramp component, and honestly, the expensive part was all the associated life safety improvements, all the new sprinklers, exit signage, all of that was required by law. So we've completed that and it's open. The new museum, and this was Jenny's, her idea, was a thematic concept, and that enables us to do a lot of things, tell stories with context, and you're more easily able to update to current history. The old museum ran out of space in the 1970s, and there was just simply no place to add. So the other goal was to tell history as much as possible through the stories of Kansans. So make it a little more exciting. So I do have a few photos. Here you can see the lobby. These photos were taken last week during our rush while we were free admission. The gift shop located, just showing when you go into the What is Kansas gallery. The train's still there. The one thing we didn't change, although we're still working now to make both of the cars, the superintendent car and the passenger car, available. We're still buttoning up a few things on some of the exhibits. And here you can see the dugout replica, and our log house is still there. We had to move it. So anyway, we've had great visitation. From November 22nd, we opened through the end of the year, December 31st, we had 20,428 visitors. In our last full year before COVID, 2019, we had 24,000 for the entire year. So we're expecting 80,000, up to 80,000 this year, and that's based on historical data from the old days. So I don't know if this is button. Do you know how to make this play? Let's see if that works. Anyway, we just were taking another shot. I don't know if this will work. Anyway, we had a really, maybe it will. Is it working now? Yes, it's just a short clip. At any rate, it was just to further emphasize, literally when one spot opened up, another car filled it. It's been there since 2004 and never seen anything quite like it. So To go to the point about some of the positions, over time, positions change. This request is primarily to help do third-party events. So it's 3 FTEs, 2 custodial, and the VSR supervisor, which will also help coordinate the third-party events. How we're running it now, quite honestly, is with professional staff that have full-time other jobs. They're curators, registrars, what happened. And so the need for this and the temporary staff is to operate it as we did in the past. Over time, those duties shifted. And there's some good things to be said about that. I myself took the Christmas Eve afternoon shift, a little slow to leave staff off, but it's not a sustainable situation, and it's not as efficient use of your salary dollar. So that's the reason for the request for the FTEs for the museum. Let's see. Charles Curtis House. Yes, this was the original legislation authorizing this property as a state historic site was way back in 1986. In the 2024 legislature provided $300,000 to purchase the house and to operate as a state historic site. And we finally did in May of this past year, 2025. The title was acquired. There were several things. We had to have it appraised, and had an abstract of deed had to be written for it as a requirement for the state. Since then, we've been pretty successful in raising some private funds for the reinterpretation, including a $100,000 donation from Federal Home Loan Bank over 2 years. And we're super excited that this will enable us to have first class, I mean, world class, really, interactive exhibits and educational programs there. So our request is for 1.5 FTEs and the operating expenses so we can open it to the public as a year-round site. And complimentary to the tours happening here at the State House. So that is the basis of that request. Shawnee Indian Mission. This is the West Building, built in 1839. It's the second oldest building in the state of Kansas. And I always get the question, what's the oldest? Well, that's the Rookery at Fort Leavenworth. As far as grants, we always try to offset cost to the state. And so that's why we requested this Save America's Treasures grants from the National Park Service. And as far as a rush, we've applied for this several times over the years, previous to previous to it becoming in the news, I'll say. And we weren't successful. And this year we were. We received $412,500. It's a 50-50 match. It's about $825,000 project. And so we thought, so the state would have an investment too, that we would ask for a quarter in SGF and private dollars for the other $206,250. About $85,000 in change is on hand, which would enable us to start at least the architectural drawings. Should have brought some water. Just a few historical photos. Here's the oldest known photo from around 1870, and an illustration from 1874. This is what it looked like in 1928, just after the state acquired it as a state historic site in 1927. And here's the L off the rear. Just a few shots showing the interior. This was at least not in recent times ever open for the public visitation. Our caretaker for the site lived there. Now, years ago, maybe in the 40s it was, but for recent memory, it was always that site. So it was never really restored or open. This will make this building to be open and available to the public for exhibits. That photo is from 1940, probably the last time the state spent any money on it, to be honest. And here's what it looks like now. So going back, I didn't include any extra photos, but the additional $250,000 to our capital improvement emergency fund is basically, we do have at least one of the properties similar to that, the Hadsel House. But we're really just seeing greatly increased costs. Roofs cost twice what they did before COVID. HVACs has gone up dramatically. So we have 57 buildings, 5 monuments, structures. We have everything from our modern facility to these historic properties in about 600 acres of land. So we're just seeing our costs go up. This is the famous electronic shelving. It's mobile high density shelving. It basically enables you to more than double your space. This is the size of a basketball court. It was installed in 1995, just after the Center for Historical Research opened. It is our most requested items from our patrons are in there. And so again, it allows you to save space. And the thing is, it's a proprietary system. You see the little green buttons there. They fail now, and it's working at the moment. When they fail, we have this little jumper pack, kind of like jumping your car, and usually it works. If it ever doesn't work, then we have to pretty much, we have, as you can see, you have one eye open, all of the rest are closed. So it'll be really much impossible to serve patrons. We were able to, a couple of years ago, come before this committee and we got some money to retrofit the ones in archaeology. It's the same type of system, but because they were shorter, we could go to manual. These are too long to convert to manual. So basically take all those panels off, it's all new wiring and all new motors. I wish it wasn't this expensive too, but the fact is each year we get this estimate, it goes up every year. So that is what the electronic shelf is about. This is Grinter Place, State Historic Site, 1859, the oldest building in Wyandotte County. It's been a State Historic Site since the early 1970s. I think I've got some photos. Basically, we checked with when KDOT was working in the area, it's just too far gone to be resurfaced. You can see there, the top's kind of basically reverted to gravel, asphalt gravel. And we're looking at options. This is a like for like. We would look at ways to reduce the size of the parking lot, but as you can see, there's feeder roads coming in. So it's kind of hard to really reduce it, but we're looking at different options. But basically, this is one of those projects that you don't want to come forward and ask money. It's a parking lot, right? It's nothing fun like restoring a building, but it's there and it's failing. So I think I've touched on the basics of our supplementary and enhancements, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great presentation. 2019, when I first came here, we got to go backstage behind all those exhibits. I think it'd be a great field trip if we were able to do that. We would understand why this is so important to the public. I mean, the exhibits and everything is all they see, but we had a chance to go in behind the scenes to see all these documents that they have saved and constantly getting more documents every day. And their storage needs to be increased to offset all those documents. And so unless you see this backstage stuff, you don't recognize the importance of what's going on in that building in the background. So just a possible thing for this committee to think about as far as doing a field trip there. Thank you.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Zollner, refresh my memory. The last couple of years, your budget requests, we got into the remodel of the museum, and we had some problems with a chiller, if I recall.
Right. And that's what skews that chart that I provided at the last, because since 2007, it had been a steady decrease in SGF, as you can see by the chart. And we had FTEs mentioned before. When I was hired in 2004, we were allocated 132 with 111 filled. We're asking 82 now. So we're not growing government here. Just wanted to clarify. Yes, the chiller, 2.7 million, and air handling units. And if we go on that tour, we'll take you up in the mezzanine and show you. You think about your own house, and these are massive industrial units that also need the humidification controls to make sure it's safe for storage. So yeah, it was basically, fixing up the whole heating and cooling plant for the facility, or at least one. We have multiple chillers, but yes, that was the main reason, that 2.7 million request for the air handling units and chiller.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, so the additional effect on your budget request because of the chiller and the wall the chairman brought up from last year's request, and what all effect did that have on your budget and where you need to be today? But you had to make decisions to make changes in your plans or take monies from somewhere else.
Exactly.
And that's kind of where we're at, isn't it?
Right. We had, as some of you know from the past, one of my goals has been to make history as accessible to Kansans as possible. And to that end, we did go to a donations appreciated model at the state historic sites. We went free admission. We saw an increase in attendance, and not the numbers fluctuate, but people have pretty well responded. So we're pretty pleased with that. And but the sites are a little lower stakes than the museum admissions. I had originally, and may have mentioned it in previous testimonies, had desired to go free admission as well in the museum. Once the wall, some 900,000, we pretty well drained our fee fund accounts that pay for everything from utilities to staff salaries. And we're going back to the $10 admission fee at the first of the year. So, and that's to replenish that and to continue just to pay our existing bills and staffing requirements. So, but yes, we absorbed that $900,000 cost that we had asked for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
So what you're telling me is that $700,000 wall was actually $900,000 wall? That's my fault.
Well, it was 900, well, it was broken down to several things. There was, and my deputy director, Matt Chappell's here, and we could trace it. But yes, there was the physical infrastructure, and you saw there's a ramp and all the walls, and there's a life safety had to run all new sprinkler lines to sprinkle the train cars, to sprinkle the log cabin and all of that. So yes, it's expensive, and we can provide you that detailed list if you would like.
Representative Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation, and for the committee to know this is in my district, and it's one of the jewels of our districts, and the new facility is just fantastic, and I'm glad it's open. My children have taken advantage of it. I wanted to focus on your report on change the package number 3, the supplemental for Shawnee Indian Mission. Congratulations on your matching grant, the 50%, and I understand what you are asking here. I'm just curious, is there a deadline for to receive these funds and to match that grant money?
Generally 3 for federal. The way it starts, we may have an extra year. We are raising those private funds in conjunction with our own foundation that supports us, and there's a local Shawnee Indian Mission Foundation as well, and they're the ones that raised the existing 85,000 or whatever we have on hand. So yes, I would say 3 years with the possibility of a 4th. I'd have to confirm that though.
And that's fine. It's good to know that. I also see that several, including that one, was approved. You have September 7th, but I believe the meeting was on October 7th by the Joint Committee on State Building Constructions as part of their 5-year. We don't have the report. What was the feedback that they give so we can keep that in mind with our recommendations?
Yeah. Don't know that they had much feedback. Edgar was here. We took some questions from Representative Owsley. I believe it's in his district, but I don't remember any.
On any of these, because all of them seemed to be.
As for the 5-year plan that you don't see before you today because it's way out, at the Hadsel House, trying to get water to it so we can open it back up. There were some questions about that cost, as I recall, but nothing about what we're really looking at today that I recall.
Mr. Chair, I promised last question. How much is it to replace the entire shelving? Because your report says this is what it costs to just get it repaired. No more parts are available. It's at the end of its life. How much would it be if we completely replace it?
That I don't know because we never asked, but the guts, the steel, the shelving is good. It's basically taking all of those side panels off and rewiring and putting new motors. So I don't know what it costs. We can get that estimate, but I don't think it's needed either. I think this is probably the most cost efficient because we've had them out how many times, year after year, to give us updated estimates and best routes.
And that's my point, is that it is nice to have that comparison, because the more we put off the repair, well, then we might as well just buy a brand new one or just shut the whole place down when it comes to that. Thank you.
I think we're going to shut the whole place down. Be okay. Any other questions? Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So by my calculations, your budget request for 2027 is 27% increase over 2026. Obviously, we're not in as good of a budget situation now as we were a few years ago, where we had a big surplus for about 600 million in the hole right now. But I guess my question specifically is, you know, the governor's budget isn't out yet, but have you talked to her about your request, and what is the governor's office saying about it? And are they going to go along with your request? Because I know in the past when we've gone over these budgets and when we've been able to see that breakdown between the agencies and the governor's request, a lot of times the agency's request is quite a bit higher than what the governor requests or recommends. So have you had those conversations with her office?
We have, and with Secretary Prophet. The last year, most of our requests, this is pretty much similar to last year's, was in the governor's budget. This year, we had to talk to him again, so we don't know what they're going to recommend. I can say a lot of the 2027 increase is one-time cost. The other thing that I didn't bring up when we asked for things like the increase in the Capital Improvement Emergency Fund, you know, something like that would now allow us not to, you know, in the future for a West building when we need a state match, we could divert that for that 1 year. So there is a little bit of things that could help here.
When these are one-time costs and some of your funding comes from private sources, could you try to raise the money privately for some of these one-time costs?
Some things you can, although we have found things like infrastructure with chillers, air conditioning units, it's really hard. Exhibits, programs, those we do better getting the private fundraising. For things that is more infrastructure, utilities, it's harder. But again, we're always trying to look. We're always trying. So.
Good questions. Anybody else? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you so much.
All right, moving on. We'll get the Kansas State Library and Edgar for hopefully the last time for the day.
All right, my name is Edgar Klein. I'm a fiscal analyst with KRD. Today I'll be reviewing the state library. Now drawing your attention to the first table, labeled expenditures by fiscal year inversion, you'll note that this agency was approved for $4.7 million in SGF in fiscal year 2026. And they maintained this estimate for agency estimate fiscal year 2026. Of note, in fiscal year 2026, the agency estimate in all funds decreases by $45,000 from the fiscal year 26 approved amount. Additionally, there's an increase of almost $500,000 in the agency's fiscal year 2027 SGF budget and all funds budget. This, as you'll see on page 2, is due to an enhancement request. Looking below at the bottom pie charts, you'll note that the state library's SGF budget makes up less than 1% of the total education budget, and again, in terms of all funds. Turning your attention to page 3, there's a line chart with a blue SGF line and a green all funds line. Most notably, you can see that there's a spike in fiscal year 2025. This is attributed to a rise in aid to locals, salaries and wages, and contractual services spending. I will now be moving on to page 7 with the expenditures by fund table. Pages 5 and 6 I've skipped over contain a more granular view of the expenditures broken out by classification. Note that the state general fund makes up about 70% of the agency's budget, and the remaining 30% is federal assistance. I've also noted that on the agency's largest fund outside of SGS funding, the Federal Library Services Technology Act, or LISTA. I will not read it. However, it is a fund that deals with statewide information sharing, database subscriptions, and other services. Now beginning the fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 8, I will give some brief context to the changes made as a result of SB 125. The 2025 legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for the state agencies. Those appropriations include the 2025 pay plan, which added $35,000, including 27 of which were SGF. The 2025 legislature also approved a SGF lapse in operations for 2026. This totals a decrease of $45,000. And the legislature also deleted $486,000 in language regarding a base amount to $1,000 to eligible to each library. There were also a few notable reappropriations. The agency carried over $126,000 in unspent FGF monies into fiscal year 2026. This money was allocated for the following funds: operating expenditures, $110,000; grants and library systems, talking books, $4,500; and blind information access program, $11,000. The 2025 legislature also approved a 1.5 SGF lapse within state operations in fiscal year 2026. For this agency, this totals a decrease of $1,900 in fiscal year 2026. There are also a few notable changes I would like to highlight. There was a federal funds decrease of $44,000 in expenditures funded by federal funds. This concludes my 2026 analysis. May I move on to fiscal year 2027?
Yes, you may, please do.
Fiscal year 2027 starts on page 10. The agency notably has a few enhancement requests. They're requesting $483,000 from the state general fund. This would allocate $1,000 to each legal established public library, $322,000 in total, and $161,000 to the regional library system of cooperating libraries. The agency indicated that this base helps address the needs among smaller communities that are not being met by the current per capita basis. All of these requests have been deleted as part of a motion made in the SBC. There's also a state courier subsidy. The agency requests an additional $96,000 from the state general fund to aid local libraries to subsidize the cost of a courier service that allows libraries to share materials to meet their community needs. There were also a few notable changes in salaries and wages. The agency revised estimate includes an overall financing decrease in the amount of $108,000. For contractual services, the agency revised estimate includes an overall financing increase in contractual services of $151,000, primarily due to database access fees and electronic resource licensing charges. In all their adjustments, the agency revised estimate includes an overall financing increase in the amount of $24,000, largely due to an increase in federal financing. On the final page of this packet, there's an additional context for the state grants and aid libraries you may find useful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Edgar. Any questions for Representative Riley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not seeing it in the budget. Maybe it just slipped in there. But, you know, each one of the legislators have the ability to have access to their local newspapers through a subscription agency kind of thing. Where is that in here? Or I'm assuming that the state library is covering that expense rather than someone else.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I would have to check and dive into that further for you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Looking like you're getting off the hook early, Edgar. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
I have up next Ray Walling, State Librarian, Kansas State Library. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I would also like to thank Edgar Klein and the KLRD team for the important role that they play in the budget process. Today, my testimony will focus on the state library's reappropriations and enhancement requests. The agency is requesting the reappropriation of funds that Special Committee on State Budget deleted pursuant to 2025 Session Law, Chapter 117, Section 98. The agency was reappropriated slightly more than $126,000. Can we bring up the PowerPoint? This carryover resulted from three primary factors. First, the agency set aside approximately $83,000 for the development of a new website after the previous vendor was no longer able to support the agency's website. Following an unsuccessful request for proposals in fiscal year 2024, the agency transitioned the website to a temporary provider using internal staff resources. During fiscal year 2025, the temporary vendor was selected to provide ongoing website services. Second, the agency expended nearly $40,000 less than anticipated on salaries and wages due to position vacancies and changes in salary rates for new hires. Third, the agency spent $3,238 less than projected on other operating expenditures across 3 budget units. After accounting for the 1.5% lapse, the agency's fiscal year 2026 budget proposes to expend these funds in the following manner. First, $64,870 is allocated to the state courier program in order to bring agency spending in alignment with the 25% target established in the agency's strategic plan. Second, $44,071 is allocated for additional digital book content focused on fiscal literacy, health literacy, data literacy, and personal development that benefit all Kansans. Third, nearly $11,000 is designated to expand Kansas News coverage for the Blind Information Access Program. And finally, just over $4,500 is allocated for advertising supplies and other equipment for the Talking Books division. The agency's fiscal year 2027 budget includes 2 enhancement requests. The first enhancement request is $96,650 toward the state courier service, which enables 364 libraries across Kansas to share tangible resources. Last year, approximately 880,000 items were delivered through the courier service. By comparison, the United States Postal Service would charge at least $4.25 per item delivered, whereas the cost of delivery through the courier service was $1.06 per item. This request is intended to restore the agency's program contribution to the 25% target outlined in the strategic plan. The table that is shown on the screen shows the number of items delivered by the courier last year for a sampling of libraries across the state, including school, academic, and special libraries. Melissa Hipp, a school librarian in McPherson, summarized the value of the service when she wrote, "The ability for libraries to share materials via interlibrary loan is a cornerstone of access of small towns. Thanks to these programs, I'm able to open an entire world of information, exploration, and entertainment to my students and faculty. They're not limited to what's in our building, district, town, county, or even state." Second enhancement request is for $483,000 for the State Grants and Aid to Libraries Act. On the screen, you will see appropriations for this program dating back to fiscal year 2000. After a significant decline from $2.8 million to $1.1 million, an increase was provided in fiscal year 2025 to include a $1,000 base grant per eligible library, along with a modest increase to formula-based aid. The base grant was eliminated in fiscal year 2026. This slide displays 2 bars. The top bar shows the percentage of state aid distributed by service area population in fiscal year 2025, excluding the base grant. The bottom bar shows the percentage of libraries that fall within each service area category. For instance, on the left side of the screen, the orange section of the top bar shows that libraries serving populations less than 500 receive 1.1% of total state aid funding for local libraries. The orange section on the bottom bar shows that these 94 libraries represent 29.3% of all Kansas public libraries. The red bracket highlights that 8.5% of aid for local libraries is distributed to libraries serving communities with populations under 2,500. Yet these 232 libraries account for 72% of all public libraries in the state. Meanwhile, libraries serving communities with populations over 10,000 receive nearly 80% of state aid for local libraries, while representing just 10% of public libraries in the state. If you look at the bottom bar on this slide, you will see the highest amount received by a library within each category, service area category. For example, the largest library serving a population below 500 received $171 in fiscal year 2025 without the $1,000 base grant. Overall, more than 72% of libraries received less than $1,000 in state aid without that base grant. Pursuant to KSA 752561, the state librarian's annual budget includes an estimate of the grant and aid funding needed based on library requests and amounts reasonably available. This table shows the average per capita amount requested by libraries within each service category. These requests demonstrate that the needs of small and rural Kansas communities are not being met by a per capita formula funded at 30 cents per person. Based on the demonstrated need, the agency is requesting the restoration of the $1,000 base grant per eligible public library in fiscal year 2027. These funds will support local libraries. They serve constituents through education, including homeschool support, wellness initiatives, professional development, entrepreneurship, and community engagement. The state library strongly encourages the committee to adopt the agency's budget as originally proposed. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Got any questions for the conferee? Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I right that you have a library board that helps you decide your budget and what you're doing and your priorities?
Yes, there is a state library board made of 14 people that reviews the state library budget and has the opportunity to contribute to the recommendations for that budget.
And how heavily do you listen to that board as far as their projections and what their input is? They meet once a year, every quarter?
They meet quarterly. In the June meeting, they were asked for any input as far as considerations to include in the budget for fiscal year 27. And then in September, they were actually presented what the governor's budget, what was presented by the agency for the governor's budget, if that makes sense.
And the last kind of back up to that end. So how do those people get on that committee that look at the little insights of your, how do people get on that library board?
The 14 members include 11 members that are appointed by the governor and 3 ex officio members. 7, I believe, of the governor appointments are representing libraries of different types. And then the others represent the public and other entities outside of a library, if that makes sense.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Looks like you're getting off pretty easy. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. The next item is an overview of higher ed by our favorite Dayton. I don't think we'll be too mean to you. Right. Okay.
1 second.
We might be if you're just going to walk away. Just
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Man.
Yes, I do have a slideshow that I think he's. That's okay. It's going to be very high level, but I thought, it's a good opportunity to set the stage, especially for the newer members. Okay. So I'm framing this sort of initially with the Board of Regents at the kind of head as the oversight and governing body. Okay, so we'll provide some information here if you look at the slide, and you do have a copy of the slides in your packet. Just the introductory information. Article 6 of the Kansas Constitution provides that there shall be a Board of Regents. That Board of Regents governs the 6 state universities. It also coordinates the 19 community colleges, 6 technical colleges, Washburn University, and the Washburn Institute of Technology. Additionally, it regulates private and out-of-state post-secondary institutions, administers student financial aid, adult education, and career and technical education. And it also maintains statewide higher education data, which you may have seen on their Kansas Higher Education Stats, which is an interactive site, or in their data books that they publish. Since we are a budget committee, I'll focus in on those budgetary functions of the Board of Regents as it pertains to the decisions you all will be making. So the Kansas Board of Regents develops and submits a unified appropriations request on behalf of the state universities. What this means for you all is that when I present the regional universities today, and any of the universities, they will not include enhancement requests. Those enhancement requests, for example, for KU or K-State, will appear only in the Board of Regents budget. Additionally, the Board of Regents sets tuition and fee rates for the 6 state universities, approves capital projects in excess of $1.5 million, and administers the state's student financial aid programs. Zeroing in on that capital projects, there are 2 major funding sources for capital projects that flow through the Board of Regents to the state universities, so I want to highlight those here. The more traditional funding source is the Educational Building Fund, which historically has been funded with a mill levy on all tangible property subject to ad valorem taxation. However, beginning in fiscal year 2027, there was a bill, I believe in the previous session, that changed that to be funded with a state general fund transfer. This funding is appropriated according to a formula there based on adjusted square footage, considering gross square footage, building age, and complexity of the physical plant. So when I present the Board of Regents budget later on this month, you all will see how that transfer actually breaks down, but this is how it's calculated. The next is the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, which was established in 2024 SB 18, so a relatively new funding source. This authorizes a transfer of $32.7 million per year from fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2031. That funding, $30 million of which is to the state universities and requires a 1-to-1 match unless it's used to raise obsolete facilities. And it also provides $100,000 for coordinated institutions with no match requirement. The next budgetary function I want to highlight is student financial aid. So the Board of Regents within their budget has a number of financial aid programs. The largest of which is the Kansas Comprehensive Grant. It's $40.3 million, which has a dollar-for-dollar match, so $80.6 million. This is need-based aid for undergraduate students attending private and not-for-profit four-year universities pursuing baccalaureate degrees. And other categories of scholarships include need-based scholarships, tuition waivers, and scholarships that have a service component, a service requirement. Finally, the state universities. The 6 state universities, Kansas State, University of Kansas, Wichita State, Emporia State, Fort Hays State, and Pittsburgh State. I wanted to highlight here that for budgetary purposes, there are a couple of nuances here. For Kansas State University, the Extension Systems and Agricultural Research Programs, or ESARP, is separated from K-State for budgetary purposes, and that was in 1993. And also for K-State, the Veterinary Medical Center is separated beginning in 1978. For the University of Kansas, the Medical Center is also a separate budget. So when I present those, I'll present those 3 kind of separately from their main universities. Finally, in terms of setting the stage, the university budgets, their programs, so how they categorize their expenditures, as I'll present them, are organized into some programs that are shared across all universities. So what that means is these programs, for every university, you'll see, for the most part, these programs. So I wanted to explain kind of what that might include. So academic support there. This might include library services, advising, information technology services. Auxiliary enterprises would be things like housing and residential life, parking and student health services. Capital improvements, construction, repair, and replacement costs. Debt service would be the funding for debt that they have bonded. Institutional support would be more of those administrative president's office, general counsel, administration, budgeting, HR, et cetera. Instruction would be the colleges, providing those actual courses. Research is research. Physical plant maintenance and upkeep of the campus. Public service or services for the community. And student services include student affairs, career planning, counseling services, admissions, and finally, student financial aid. So that's very high level. I thought it might just be helpful for a reference document as we go through the session. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Dayton. I appreciate that. And by the new members, he was basically talking to me. So he's been great helping me learn all of these new budgets and how it all falls into place. But I will be relying on the veterans of this committee to give feedback as we hear these budgets. You guys, as a committee, have done an excellent job formulating questions that help everybody else in the committee then formulate theirs and come to conclusions. I appreciate that. I hope that it continues throughout the rest of this budget process. Do we have any questions for Dayton? Anything that wasn't maybe mentioned here, but moving forward, things to expect, anything of that nature? Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dayton, just wanted to, I believe last year there was on the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. I mean, at some point it got axed, but then it got reinstated. Is that correct as to what happened?
Mr. Chair, Representative Wagner, in terms of when that all happened, I can't say, but the transfer itself, so it's a $32.7 million statutory transfer from the state general fund. That was eliminated, and then $30.2 million was added from 4 or 5 different funding sources. So it was a reduced amount for the same purpose. So the Board of Regents, I don't have the actual breakdown at hand, but they reduced the allocation, accordingly. But yes, that was changed in the previous session. And I'll get into that when I present the Board of Regents budget.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Riley.
Appreciate the tolerance, Chairman. Thank you. So going back to your overview slides here, slide number 2. I remember when I was on this committee and went through with this budget for this several years back. I actually had them print out for me the original document that set this whole thing up for us to have K-BERS control everything. And so I would just ask the third bullet that you have down there. It says coordinates. I'm not sure whether I understand your concept of coordinates community colleges. Seems like there's a whole lot more control than coordinate. So do you have some sense of why you use that language?
Mr. Chair, Representative, coordinate, I think, is the common language used for the non-state university institutions, referred to as the coordinated institutions. I don't, in terms of the word choice, I couldn't speak to that. But happy to provide more detail as we kind of get later, as we get toward the Board of Regents budget, happy to provide those kind of guidelines and regulations concerning the relationship between the Board of Regents and those coordinated institutions.
I would be happy to hear that. Thank you.
I plan to finalize with Dayton our calendar, our schedule. And as soon as we get that finalized, I'll get that out to each and every one of you so that you guys can begin formulating questions for the conferees. I imagine the K-Board will be a long day, so I'll give you plenty of time to prepare. Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Just a point of clarification, there on page 3 of our printout, slide 5, under the Kansas Comprehensive Grant, the grant goes to both not-for-profits as well as public four-year universities. I see private and not-for-profit. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Representative, probably a typo. Apologies.
So so the money goes to both private institutions, which are typically not-for-profits institutions, as well as the public. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. And when I present the Board of Regents, there's kind of a description of these same guidelines in the back. So you'll see more detail there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, last call for Dayton. Thank you very much, Dayton. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, if it's all right, I have one document to hand out to the committee.
Please do. Thank you.
All right. So let me describe what you've got in front of you. Most of you are no doubt familiar with our shorthand document that shows changes from the agency or house or what have you. So what we have here is a revised version that is filtered down to the agencies that appear before this budget committee. So these reflect the recommendations by the special committee on state budget, or the SBC committee as we're calling it. So I'll turn you first to page 4. In the middle of page 4, you see statewide totals. So for fiscal year 2026, those red numbers, compared to the agency's request, the SBC recommendation is a reduction of $36.9 million from the state general fund in fiscal year 2026, okay? So this is a comparison between the document that Edgar and I have presented and what was done by the state budget committee. So for a specific agency example, if you'll turn to page 2, to the Historical Society. You'll see there in the first column, the agency description. So this is the agency's enhancement request. For example, the SIM, the Shawnee Indian Mission, I think that was discussed today. Okay, Edgar presented on that. It was a request for $200,000. The LBC reversed that addition, so they deleted that funding. So in these columns to the right, you'll see that as a deletion. So the reason that we have revised this document to have both an agency and legislature or special budget committee column is to contextualize the change. So if, for example, if you all decided to fund half of that at $100,000, then in that column, it would say add 100,000. So you can see on this sheet what the total funding is for that item. So anyway, I just wanted to provide this reference document to you all as we're hearing these budgets, so you can see on paper concretely what the state or special budget committee did.
Dayton, can you explain to the committee the motion's intent for us?
Mr. Chair, I couldn't speak to the intent, but I can tell you what the motions are or what the effect of them was. One motion was to eliminate all supplemental and enhancement requests. Those would be items that are above the agency's sort of allocation or their base budget to some extent. Another motion was to eliminate all increased FTE positions. So on that same page, page 2, if you move down to Kansas State University, there's a deletion of 69.5 FTE positions. So those are the positions that are above the approved amount. So that's a second motion. A third motion is to delete all reappropriations that are for non-capital projects. So whether it's operations, scholarships, et cetera. So that's that second item for K-State, $5,600. is a deletion of those reappropriations for the non-capital projects.
You have a question, Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this document. This is interesting stuff, I'll tell you. So am I understanding that the 2025 Special Committee on the State Budget reviewed the budgets and said, yes, we are taking away, like, for example, on Peoria State, $1.7 million. We're reversing that action. It's on your front page, page 1. So they no longer have that money coming to them based on this recommendation?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that is the effect of the motion. It was a global motion to delete all enhancements. So
Sorry, you go ahead. I
was
get
just
excited and interrupt.
I was just going to say, so if that item was, if the committee wanted to fund that item, they would add that funding back. That was
This funding was already approved.
Representative? Just a second. Clarify this and save us about 25 minutes of back and forth. This is requests, this is additional funding. They're not owed any of it. It was the requests of this year's budget. The intent of the committee was to make each entity requesting the funds come to the subcommittees and defend their ask. So instead of it being in the budget as you were presented it, now it's presented as an addition. So they'll come to us, they'll come to each budget subcommittee across the board and explain in depth why they want this additional funding from the year before.
Thank you for the clarification. I thought that for fiscal year 2026, that's what was approved last session.
Yes and no. Some yes, some no.
And
Essentially, it's over the amount. It's over the amount that they had with the previous year, correct? So it's like it's set a baseline.
Mr. Chair, to look at the specific item on page 1, that very first item, the SGF reappropriation. So the legislature last year approved a budget, so that's one number. And then many state general fund accounts in the appropriations bill have authority to carry forward unspent funding from the previous year. So that is in one sense considered an adjustment to the approved. So if you look at the budget summary, you'll see an approved with reappropriations, and that's kind of a new approved. So the reappropriation authority is approved, and in one sense, that would be a deletion below the approved. So
Thank you. Thank you. It feels like this is the same thing they did last time, in which they had to come back and justify the funds that were already approved the previous year. And that I was hoping that this would be avoided. If I'm incorrect, I stand to be informed differently, but that's how this comes across. Thank you, Mr.
You are essentially correct, Representative. That it is the same as the year before. I think as a budget subcommittee, we should like this policy. It reemphasizes our importance as a subcommittee and allows us to hear why that money wasn't expended or what deviations have changed from when they requested it till now. It is additional, I guess, data and variables that we can consider when making this year's budget. Will there be some things where like, okay, why did we remove that? Sure. But for the most part, this is good for us. Dayton, anything else?
that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It looks like we are crushing the schedule, and that's what I love to hear. Just give me an opportunity to just chat with you guys a little bit. If anybody is waiting, I'm going to chat with the committee, and then we're going to break for lunch. If you're, by all means, you don't wait on me. I'm just going to chat with these guys. If you want to walk out the door, you can do so now, or you can hang on and listen to me rah the team a little bit. Committee, I just want to take this opportunity to address kind of how we'll be moving forward the rest of the year. I just wanted to kind of tell you how I guess my expectations and I guess the contract with you guys. We've all been working together. I don't know, there's nobody brand new here. We've been working together for a while. We kind of understand how we all operate. I think personally, as far as subcommittees go, this is one of the most important, if not the most important subcommittee we have. I think what stands out for us is that versus other subcommittees like general government budget that Bill and Mike and I serve on, is that we're discussing topics that impact the future, not just support of existing government. And I personally take this charge very seriously. Having still in recent memory my college years and higher education years to reference moving forward is very helpful for me. But I want to keep as a committee, number one, decorum always. Everybody on this committee, I think, brings unique perspective, and so far, I mean, great questions. And the line of questioning has got me thinking things that I wasn't considering after initially looking over these budgets. And I appreciate that. I want that to continue. I want to avoid long strings of conversation with the conferee. Let's break it up in individual questions. So it gives everybody an opportunity to ask questions and keeps the flow moving. Attendance is crucial. I want everybody here every time. There's an issue that you can't be here, let me know. We'll work and I'll make sure you get the information that is required for you to make an effective decision on each budget item. I want to talk just a little bit about kind of how this subcommittee has processed before. I'll just tell you right now, guys, I graduated from none of these institutions. I've got no dog in this hunt. I'm a completely neutral perspective. Didn't go to KU, didn't go to K-State, went to KU, didn't graduate with KU. Grew up in Lawrence, but I don't have any dog in the hunt. So you won't see me playing favorites. There's no favorites from me. And I expect that from everybody. This is a completely neutral place. We are here to decide what's best for the future of our students. And I personally have got three young boys and eventually going to seek higher education. And it is my goal to make sure that that environment is the best environment for them and for their friends and everybody else of their age. So know that nothing is personal in here. When we are sitting here and debating subjects, it's not personal. It absolutely is not. It is math. It is the goal of this committee to make higher education not only the best in Kansas, but we want to be contenders for talent across the country. And that comes in all shapes and sizes, from our technical schools to our 2 years to our 21 independent colleges. Everybody plays a role, and it's a net. It's not one over the other. We all serve our community in a unique way. So as we move through, I just want to reemphasize that we maintain civility, and I know we can. We're professionals here. And seek feedback and work with each other. Like I said, many of us have worked together before, and we all have a good track record of working together. So as we progress through, let's stay in communication. If anything comes up you guys want to bring, make sure you always feel like you can bring it in. I got an open door policy if that means anything to you. Sometimes people make fun of that phrase, but you guys can always come and let me know what's coming down the pipeline before it gets to us. That way nobody's broadsided. Nobody likes to be hit in the head with a 2x4 of, hey, by the way, I'm bringing this on Friday. So with that, we are ahead of schedule. I'm going to ask staff if they have anything else to add before I release for a long lunch. I don't want to deviate from the, do I have Fortes, Pittsburgh, and Emporia in the audience at the moment? No. Okay. Well, I don't want to deviate from their schedule. They're probably like me and are to the minute scheduled out, so I don't want to deviate from the current schedule. But you guys get a long lunch. But promptly at 1:30 we will start. I like to be on time. Again, I don't like to be late, and clearly we're crushing it, so we're ahead of schedule. But I'd like to get out early as well, so I know you guys do too. With that, any questions or anything, any feedback? All right, Representative Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment, and I appreciate your comments. I've had the opportunity to work with the chairman on other committee and there are two other committees. I guess we're going to be spending our entire days together over this session. So I look forward to that. But, you know, I promise to work as faithful as you are to make sure that we come up with budget recommendations that are going to get the necessary education that the young people of our state need and deserve, and, you know, do everything that we can to come out with the best budget that we can, and one that is strong, one that will take kids to that next level and be able to accomplish so many things that they deserve in our state. So thank you for your commitment, and I'm right there with you, okay?
Appreciate you guys. Okay, until, Representative Wagner?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, really appreciate your comments on this. I do want to ask, last year was different because, of course, the new Legislative Budget Committee, and I know the process has been somewhat reformed a little more for this year. So can you kind of fill us in on the kind of the big picture, how the whole budget process is going to work this year?
Well, yeah, thank you for that, Representative Wagner. Yeah, it just spurred some things I wanted to mention. It is my intent to bring a quality product to the next level to appropriations. And I want to emphasize our job here as a subcommittee. We are in the trenches, guys. So we are the first line of reference as these things come through. And we must be able to present to the next level, the 60,000-foot level at appropriations, a competent and coherent product. All right. Well, I must be able to defend it in front of 20 other people, and we can't afford it to be unclear or indecisive or arbitrary in any way. We must be very acute. As far as the process is going, we've learned a little bit from last year, I would say, and clearly we are starting in a 0 week, right? We're starting a little early. We're knocking out some of our smaller budgets. Again, another emphasis as to why we're an important series of budgets is because we don't really have a lot of little ones, right? I mean, you just saw our three smallest budgets are not so easy, right? They're complicated budgets. So we're going to be under the gun probably more than the majority of other subcommittees. So we need to be prepared. Every day we have a briefing. You will have homework. If we are to do our job appropriately, you will go home and do homework. And we will be prepared for the next day. So we will have a brief, it's my intent that we brief on a budget and then the next day work that budget. And as I mentioned, Dayton and I are finalizing our draft calendar. I want to get that out as quickly as I can to you. And we will stay to that calendar as close as humanly possible. But I mentioned, we all laugh when we make plans and then get punched in the face and the plans fall apart. But we will adapt. I can't operate in an unorganized or undisciplined fashion. I'll lose my mind. So I assure you that I will not, to my ability, make it all willy-nilly for you guys and make it complicated for you. Because with this new process, the budget is very, very quick. We have to get it to the Senate quickly. And I know that gets to a point where sometimes you want to pull your hair out. I get it. Trust me. I've lived it since day one in this building. So I'll keep that. I will limit your stress as much as I can. But as far as the timelines go as to how we present out to appropriations, when I know, you'll know, so that you can follow it. I'm kind of trying to read between the lines for you because I've sat by you in the big room, so I know how your mind works a little bit. But I'll let you know as soon as I know, so that you can prep, because I know you do lots of homework. Does that answer your question? Closely as I can with the information I have.
One quick question. I know last year, for the first time, we had the agency requests, we had the legislative budget committees, I don't believe we even had the governor's thing listed. Maybe we did. What will we see when we have the budget presentations, I guess?
Well, I would like to, and I really haven't had an opportunity to talk to Dayton about that. I would like to mirror what general government budget does, and that has all three. Like they had the governor's recommendations on a yellow sheet, and a pink sheet was um, our proposed budget, and then the white sheets were theirs, like we have in front of us today. I'd like to reference all three if possible, but that's a lot of work to ask for staff. If for whatever reason we get a day that doesn't have that, we'll show grace. Dayton?
Our intent is that we'll have those same three documents, the budget summary that we presented, the shorthand that I've handed out, and then a similar document for the governor's recommendation. The only thing I want to note is a big reason we've revised this document is so that we can have a familiar document that actually compares those different positions. So that would be the primary change from last year.
I do like this new format, this new document. All right, anything else? All right, we're chewing into lunch, so enjoy lunch. I'll see you back at 1:30. Click. almost took a nap. But I appreciate you guys all being here and starting on time. Um, looks like Fort Hays State up first. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dayton Lemunion, Principal Fiscal Analyst for Legislative Research. We will start with Fort Hays State University. I'll make my presentation, and then Dr. Tisa Mason, President, will be presenting after me. So you should have a budget summary document, Fort Hays State University. I'd like to start on page 4. Looking at the table on the second half of the page, the expenditures by category, looking at the percent of total, just noting here that salaries and wages makes up 45% of their total budget. Other assistance makes up 19.5%, which includes scholarships, and then 16.1% are for capital improvements for projects on the campus. So just setting the stage there, and I'd like to turn to page 7 to continue with some foundational notes. Looking at the expenditures by program table, 28.9 is spent on instructional services, 18.2 on student aid, and 16.1% on capital improvements. Turning next to page 8. This is the expenditures by fund table. A couple things I'd note here. That first line is operating expenditures, 20.8% of their state general fund appropriations. Moving down to the fee funds, you'll see there are two, the first two fee funds. The first one is general fee fund, which is primarily tuition revenue, and then restricted fee fund, which are other fees deposited into that account. So altogether, that makes up about 60% of the total funding for the agency's budget between that operations line and the two fee funds. Turning then to the next page, we'll get into the fiscal year 2026 analysis. Before I get into the actual details, I direct you to the table, the second to last line, where it says subtotal other changes. You'll see an increase of $5.4 million in the state general fund column. I just wanted to note that that increase is actually all related to transfers from the Board of Regents. So if we're looking at the statewide or the post-secondary education system-wide, that would be a net zero, okay? And those are regional stabilization funds, need-based aid, and student success funding. All right, moving into the details. Looking at item 2, the state general fund reappropriation totaled $15.6 million. I've got there some detail on those different reappropriations. I direct you to the third bullet, which is the bulk of it, which is the Western Kansas Nursing Workforce Development Institute. And turning to the next page. There's also an educational building fund reappropriation of $2.3 million. And this includes ongoing capital projects, including the renovation of the Tebow Library and the chiller rehabilitation and repair in Dominic Hall. Moving down to the other changes, and kind of implicitly, I'm skipping over enhancements because, as I mentioned earlier, those would appear in the Board of Regents budget. But looking at their other changes, item 4 is student aid. The revised estimate, so this is the change from their approved budget for fiscal year 26, is an increase of $3.5 million, including $405,000 from the state general fund. The all funds increase is due to the agency reestimating the number of students eligible for awards based on actual expenditures, and the SGF increases related to the need-based aid transfer from the Board of Regents. Item 5. The revised estimate includes a decrease of $2.9 million in salaries and wages expenditures, including an increase of $1.3 million from the state general fund. This is primarily due to the agency reducing its salaries and wages expenditures based on actual expenditures. The SGF increase is due to the agency budgeting its regional stabilization transfer on salaries and wages. And we'll see in the rest of the analysis that other funding sources are reduced accordingly. Moving to item 6. For contractual services, the revised estimate includes an increase of 1.9 million, including an increase of 3.0 million SGF. So this means there was an increase of 3 million SGF and a decrease of 1 million from other funding sources, essentially. The overall increase is partially due to an increase in the ERP contract as the agency works to better leverage the system. And the SGF increase is again due to the regional stabilization funding. Next, capital improvements. The revised estimate includes an increase of 6.5 million for capital improvement expenditures. This increase is due to 2 transfers again from the Board of Regents. The Educational Building Fund that I described earlier today totals 4.4 million for Fort Hays, and this will support the Tebow Library renovation. And then the Kansas Campus Restoration Act is 2.1 million. And I've noted there the largest project, which is a science lab and building infrastructure upgrade project. Finally, item 8, all other adjustments. The other adjustments are an increase of 2.4 million, including an increase of 703,000 SGF. The primary reason for the SGF increase is regional stabilization funding for commodities and capital outlay. And I'd stand for questions on 26 or continue if you'd prefer.
Go ahead and continue to 27. Thank you.
Then we'll turn to the next page, page 11. For fiscal year 2027, we're comparing back to the fiscal year 2026 approved budget, which was the last year of an approved budget for this agency. So there were some one-time expenditures in fiscal year 25 that do not recur in fiscal year 2026, which results in a reduction of $8.5 million. And those are one-time capital improvements expenditures below their 27 revised budget. Item 2. The request includes an increase of $379,000 for fringe benefits, and these are based on the cost indices and included in the agency's allocation from the division of budget. Items 3 and 4 are largely the same as the previous year. They have increased their state general fund allocation from the regional stabilization funding and reduced other funding sources accordingly. Turning to page 12 and looking at item 5. The request includes an increase of 3.1 million, which revises the estimate for the Pell Grant awards based on an increase in awards from actual expenditures from fiscal year 24 to 25. And then finally, item 6, all other adjustments, an increase of 1 million, including 45,000 SGF. And I've noted there some of those miscellaneous increases, as well as the SGF being the remainder of the regional stabilization increase. A final thing of note, I've talked a lot about transfers. However, beginning in fiscal year 27, the regional stabilization funding in the agency's budget is included as base budget, essentially. It would no longer be transferred from the Board of Regents, beginning in fiscal year 27.
Why is that?
Mr. Chair. So it was originally reflected as a one-time adjustment in the agency's allocation. I think that was revised after that to reflect the intent of the committee that it be ongoing. Why it's included in the agency's budget as opposed to KBOR, I'm not sure I could answer at the moment.
We'll figure it out one way or the other, and I'll get it back to the committee. Yeah, I'll let you put a pin in it for when we're up. As soon as we're done here, we'll get that. Thank you very much. Carry on.
That concludes my budget presentation. I did want to direct you back to the shorthand to note the changes made by the Special Budget Committee. Looking at page 1, one of the global motions was to delete any FTE positions over the approved budget. For Fort Hays, this results in a reduction of 18 FTE positions in fiscal year 26 and 10 in fiscal year 27. And additionally, there was a global motion to eliminate reappropriations for operating expenditures or for non-capital expenditures, which you see there is 339 for the professional workforce development's professional and the continuing education program. So those are the changes from the budget summary made by the Special Budget Committee. And now I'd stand for questions.
Thank you, Dayton. Any questions for Dayton? Representative Riley?
Thank you, Dayton. So can you drill down just briefly into that student aid over the last 10 years or whatever? I mean, that's like Pale grants and all that kind of stuff too. I mean, it's on, you have it as a separate item there, but when it's student aid, is that what that is those grants or loans or what is that?
So in the responses from the agency, it was re-estimating federal awards. However, whether that includes other type of awards, I couldn't say. I'd probably defer that to the agency, but happy to drill down into that student aid further for you.
Mr. Chair, just follow it. So that could include, you know, local high school grants or loans, or maybe someone got a scholarship locally, all those kind of things. Are those all included? That would be my question to follow through. And so that would kind of clarify things as these different universities come up, that we kind of understand where that money is coming from. Thank you.
Anybody, anything else for Dayton? Thank you very much. All right, we have, did you want to speak on that issue real quick? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Didn't realize I wasn't on. I apologize. We asked for the 4.4 million. It was intended to be ongoing. And I think that it was moved to one time, and we explained that it was supposed to be ongoing, and they awarded it back to be ongoing as part of our base. So the intent of the ask and of the committee's motion was for it to be ongoing.
Excellent.
So it's a correction.
Follow-ups on that, committee? Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you so much. All right, next we have Dr. Mason, President, Fort Hays State University. Welcome to committee, ma'am.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Turk and committee members, and Happy New Year. I want to thank you for your service, and I want to know, as you know, our CFO, Wesley Winch, and also our General Counsel, Joe Bain, are here with me today and are prepared to respond to the committee's questions if needed. Is the presentation up? The slides? I would hum, but it's really not going to be pleasant if I do. I'm not getting it advance. Here we go. There we go. Our roots in Western Kansas have created a resilient, fiscally conservative university, and in doing so, we have transformed the lives of countless individuals and uplifted the rural communities of Kansas, both inside and outside our 67 county service area. Our rural serving role is not just a niche, it is essential to the well-being of Kansas. Consider this. Nearly 28% of Kansas residents live in rural areas, and approximately 98% of our state's land area is classified as rural. We directly address the needs of these populations by delivering tailored education through on-campus, online, and hybrid programs. By remaining accessible, we help maintain vibrant local economies. We prevent brain drain by giving young people a reason to stay, and we support essential industries like agriculture and healthcare with skilled professionals who understand the rural way of life. Continuous improvement and efficiency aren't just buzzwords. They're how we survive and thrive. We've long operated with a mindset of doing more with what we have and doing it well. For example, our investment in wind power now supplies 56% of our campus electricity. In our Coliseum, we implemented a new ice storage system that cuts the mechanical chiller load in half. Last year, the system handled 100% of our cooling needs during the spring and fall. This fiscal conservatism translates directly to our students. We offer the lowest tuition and fees among the Kansas public universities and roughly half of the national average. Beyond affordability, we respect the time and the expertise our students bring with them. For example, we offer an applied science and leadership degree specifically for service members and veterans, a program that awards up to 30 credit hours for military training and experience. And just as important, we operate with the lowest costs per student credit hour. We are proving every day that affordability and high-level efficiency go hand in hand. Our mission is to ensure that Kansans have an affordable, high-quality education choice regardless of their economic circumstances. Our students enjoy high-value degrees while paying the lowest public university tuition in the state. We view ourselves as an engine for social mobility, proving that a premier education doesn't have to come with a premium price tag. Through our affiliation with Northwest and North Central Technical Colleges, we remove geographical and logistical obstacles, providing students with access, talent for business, and neighbors for rural communities. We are moving the needle for Kansas in very tangible ways. Let me just highlight 4 examples. Rural communities face unique barriers to mental health care. Farmers and ranchers often avoid traditional clinics due to the distance and the time constraints of the season or lingering stigma. We are training our counselors to provide telemental health services directly to those in needs, whether they are in a combine, in a field, or at the kitchen table. Through our affiliated programs and construction, we've created new pathways to strengthen the workforce. These graduates are in such high demand that they are often recruited even before they walk across the commencement stage. They are the ones building the infrastructure that keeps Kansas moving. Social work is our fastest growing program. We are currently partnering with High Plains Mental Health to expand the workforce for their new crisis intervention center. This collaboration not only addresses urgent mental health needs in rural Kansas, it also creates a new pathway for students from our affiliated technical colleges to enter critical community services roles immediately. We are a primary engine for the Kansas nurse workforce. Our priority is simple: getting nurses to rural Kansas. We don't just graduate students, we deliver them where the need is most acute. Currently, 70% of our BSN graduates and over 90% of our family nurse practitioners go straight to work in rural communities. With 80% of our total nursing graduates staying in Kansas, we are a proven high-yield investment for this state. Beyond our own classrooms, we are a regional hub for healthcare excellence. We provide guaranteed admission to Kansas Community College students and offer simulation labs as training ground for Hayes Med, Eagle Med, and 25 critical access hospitals. We're not just an education program, we are a vital infrastructure partner for rural Kansas healthcare. I want to speak specifically, very briefly, about our partnership with Larned State Hospital. Every on-campus BSN student completes 16 clinical hours at Larned. Students who choose their senior capstone at Larned undergo 180 hours of intensive pre-professional service. In coordination with Fort Hays Tech, North Central, we ensure a steady stream of nursing students rotating through Larned every spring. Our hybrid BSN program is a game changer for the hospital's workforce as it allows Larned staff to earn their RN degrees while remaining employed on site. Looking forward, we are working with KDADs to offer micro-credentials and specialized mental health training to upskill the current state hospital workforce. We are introducing pre-nursing students to Larned through shadowing to build long-term interest in psychiatric nursing. And we are also exploring summer internships and allied health pathways to ensure Larned has access to the next generation of Kansas healthcare professionals. During the 2024 legislative session, we sought a one-time appropriation of $5 million to launch an initiative to upskill and reskill Kansas. We received a commitment of $750,000 annually for 5 years through fiscal year 29. This investment is critical because over 400,000 Kansas have some college, no degree, and many will need new skills to remain competitive in an evolving job market. Additionally, with the baby boomer retirements accelerating, leadership roles are opening that require advanced skills and training. This funding serves as a bridge support to build a self-sustaining model, ensuring long-term impact without ongoing legislative dependency. As we build this infrastructure, we have strategically carried forward $339,000 plus from fiscal year 25 to scale our operations. We request the committee's support in ensuring these committed funds remain available for their intended purpose. We fuel economic growth and workforce development across Kansas with a focus on our service area. Through the leadership of our new front door Vice President for Economic and Workforce Development, Ben Shears, we are partnering with the Center on Rural Innovation to launch tech sector jobs in rural communities. We've kept a local business, Agility, in Kansas and helped grow its workforce. We are supporting a major manufacturer expansion by assisting with land acquisition, planning, and talent recruitment. And we're on the road throughout our service area, working with rural communities to identify opportunities for growth and to place young entrepreneurs where they can thrive. These efforts demonstrate our commitment to building a stronger Kansas economy and workforce. Kansas benefits when we keep talent here. Our commitment is clear. We aggressively recruit in-state students, target online learners, connect graduates with Kansas jobs, and open our classrooms and facilities to business and industry partnerships. These efforts are paying off as 67% of our bachelor degree graduates are either employed or pursuing graduate education right here in Kansas. Continued investment ensures we strengthen this pipeline and keep our workforce competitive. In closing, I want to be fully transparent regarding our 2026 requests. First, we are seeking to retain the funding for our professional and continuing education program. And second, should there be an opportunity during the session for new funding, we would request $3.6 million. This funding will provide access to both higher education and continuing education opportunities for Kansas, and the investment is designed to increase workforce alignment and growth in Kansas talent, improve degree completion for working adults, elevating the median household income for families, thereby reducing reliance on state assistance, and creating career matching programs that continue to move the needle on the number of graduates remaining in Kansas, securing the state's future leadership and professional talent. This funding is not to maintain the status quo. It is to scale an organization that has already proven it can lean out its operations to prioritize the success for Kansans. We deliver an immediate return on investment. 2/3 of our graduates stay in Kansas, and of that, 85% choose to serve in rural communities immediately after graduation. This isn't an accident. It's the result of a deliberate, high-velocity workforce strategy. We aren't just filling jobs, we're securing the future of rural Kansas by ensuring that our talent stays local and keeps our state competitive. Thank you for your time today. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and President Mason. I have a question, and we've got a recommendation as it came down from the State Budget Committee. And Dayton brought it up a minute ago or a little bit ago about we have on our list 18 positions that to add 18 positions to reflect the current active and funded positions in FY 2026. You and I talked at lunch about the number of positions that you have. You're telling me, or you told me that there was about 100% of your positions are full, right?
So we have 1,011 FTE this year, fiscal year 26. We have all of those positions full. Now, for full integrity, you're always having job searches. People are leaving and coming, so there's a circular aspect of that. But we are utilizing all of those positions, knowing that people leave and you replace them.
Thank you. So just so that I'm clear, these addition of 18 positions is not needed in your budget?
We are at 1,011 FTE. That's what we need. That's what we're operating on. There's been some confusion. Wesley might be able to offer some clarity, but I also just want to go back to the fact that the legislative session, we have received money for professional and continuing ed, telemental health, and nursing, and all of those came with funding and FTE positions. And so those are part of what's moving with us. And if you want more specifics, I would kindly ask that you allow our CFO to talk more directly to that.
Chairman, I think we would be wise in getting that information.
I would agree.
Just to make sure that we haven't cut somebody short in the
If
number.
you'll offer that, I appreciate it
That'd
very
be
much.
great.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we are currently operating at 1,011. That's what we have on the books. And a lot of it is like President Mason said. So nursing, for example, when we got the funding last session for the nursing program expansion, 400,000 of that was ongoing, and we spent that money in part to hire 2 or 3 new nursing faculty because we are expanding the nursing program. So that explains why some of that went up. Telemental health, part of that program and the funding that went to that was to hire some faculty to teach our students how to do telemental health to all the different parts of the state and expand that program. So we hired some folks there. We had a new facility that came online in our it was a athletic complex that was completely 100% paid by philanthropy. We knew that new square footage was going to need a custodian. It was in our budget, we planned it, and so we hired a new custodian to cover that. workforce development. These are the positions that we have hired and why we are operating at that higher amount.
Representative Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to President Mason, please. So the budget that you're showing us, does that include North Central and Northwestern techs?
It does not.
So,
So-
but you're building them up as being part of your whole, but on the other hand, you're going to show us those budgets later kind of thing? Or we'll see those?
Excuse me.
So all I'm saying is at this point, it's hard to blur the lines between the positive, which of what's coming out of those tech colleges. And again, I go back to your second slide, I think it was, that you had about that your service area is like 66 counties. Did you say that? Is that right?
Yep.
That you have this enormous area, but they are also serving, those tech colleges are also serving those areas, but they're not part of this budget. I mean, you're promoting them, but they're not part of this budget. My second question had to do with what I haven't heard lately. I know a few years back, you were talking how powerful your online education is. And part of that is the education that you are doing to overseas kind of folks. Where are you at now as far as percentage of students or amount of your students that are overseas, out of country kinds of tuition people?
Okay. Let me, Representative Riley, address first the first question about the affiliation. So in the affiliation legislation, we have governance control. The presidents report directly to me. Their boards are not governing boards, they're advisory boards. And we are creating pathways where our students are coming in and going out. We're sharing coursework. We're creating efficiencies. So one of the things that we did this year is we didn't want our students to have to, if they're going to move around our institutions for different needs, to have to keep learning how to use the learning management system. So we contracted and made everybody on the same learning management system, which will save the institutions collectively $36,000. So it was financially more effective and it was more efficient for our students. So we work every day in partnership to find ways to work together with business communities and for making our students have a lot more opportunities and to share curriculum, to share resources, help with their faculty hires if they need to, help do some training. We're really strong in our partnership.
So while we're still on that, so when we see those tech budgets, they should be down because they are being more conservative than what they were before, probably.
We are building efficiencies, and I can't address today the tech college budgets. I wasn't prepared for that, but we are working in partnership to strengthen our relationships. But they are truly part of the Fort Hays. They are all rebranded. We're Fort Hays together with different aspects, but their budget and their assets, their land, their property are owned by the individual colleges. And that is why it's an affiliation and not a merger. That's what the differentiation was. Does that help?
And then talk about your online services.
Sure.
Please.
Our online services remain powerful. We've been in this space around 30 years now. We were very early in the game. Our enrollment is stabilizing and starting to grow slightly, but during COVID, when everybody got in the space, we lost a lot of market share. I will tell you a little bit about our international partnerships as well as our enrollment here. So right now, in terms of enrollment, we have 12,849 students this fall. That is just us. I can tell you the tech college enrollment if you want as well. On campus, 3,804 students. online 5,971 students, and international partnerships 3,074. I can tell you a little bit more about that. We have 6 partnerships. Everybody knows about China, but we are working with AAUP, DUNAS, EPI, CIOS, SNU. Those are the 2, China and Unival, representing 7 different countries: China, Cambodia, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and the Gambia, and Bolivia. Right now, from fall 25, we have 179 on-campus international students, and we have 241 online international students. Our cross-border, if you're speaking specifically about our China partners, we have 1,964 students at CIOS University and 1,110 students at SNU.
One more.
To follow up on that, so therefore, because of how well you have done over the years on that online services, that has also helped out your tuition, income,
Yes.
revenue. Thank you.
With those shifting, that is a little bit more of a challenge that we're working on, but significantly, and I know that we always have to talk a little bit about China, that has been a game changer in giving us the capacity and the ability to keep tuition low for Kansans.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and President Mason. Thank you for your presentation here. First, I just want to compliment you on the telemental health education program. That's something that I find rewarding to see with the increase of farmer suicide rates and bankruptcies, specifically in Kansas, and how lonely that job can be on that. I think that's just, I just hadn't heard about that, so I just want to lead with a positive. And the next question really is, can you circle back on this, reappropriation of the $339,000 that the special committee said, no, you don't need it, or you need to explain to us why you need this. Is that part of that 750,000?
Yes.
Okay, and so why didn't you spend that? Why is that money there? Why does it need to be reappropriated?
So we asked for a one-time appropriation. We just wanted startup to build an infrastructure for a whole new entity. And when we went through the legislative process, it was more palatable at the time to give us $750,000 over 5 years. We are scaling up. When you scale up a business, you're going to need more money down the road as you build your infrastructure and your technology, and that is why we strategically held that back, because this is only year 1 of our PC initiative. So we looked at it as kind of the block grant, knowing it's going to come in chunks, and that is how we spent it.
And so it's not 750,000 a year, it's 750,000 over 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, so and that makes sense. The last question I have, Mr. Chair, is in reference to the 18 positions, the FTEs that were also taken away or asked for you to explain, but based off your chief financial officer, those 18 positions were actually being allocated towards these new programs that you were developing, correct? Have we filled those 18 positions? Do we have people in those?
We have people, so they're all in our budget and either filled when, I know most of the 18, I don't know all of the 18. So for nursing, I can't tell you at this moment. I could get back to you if those new nursing positions were filled with a building coming online, but we're holding the positions to make sure that we're able to fill it. For example, the telemental health, those positions have been filled. The PCE, those positions have been filled.
So if you lose those 18, you have 26 open positions right now. You would have to just not hire, take 18 out of the 26 that you have open right now, because if they're already filled. Is that correct?
We would be in trouble if we lost those positions. We're already very, very efficient, and I want to, if I may, talk to you a little bit about some of our history. Over the last 5 years, our reductions to ourselves has been 7.4 million. That includes a reduction of 27 faculty and 27 and a half staff. We've moved some lines from general use to other funding sources. We have reduced operating budgets by over $2 million. And when positions are eliminated, where someone was filling a position, they were either done by not refilling every single position at Fort Hays State. If it is vacated, somebody leaves the university for a promotion, for example, they have to come through the executive leadership team to build a case as to why they are needed now and in this capacity. We have a lot of infrastructure built around thinking about that every time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. I just have one quick question for you. I don't mean to beat you up about this China thing,
It's okay.
but I do have one question. How many Chinese students do you have? And how much money do they make you?
Okay. So I think I shared the SNU and CIOS enrollment this year.
I understand I'm digging very, very specific.
It's okay. That's okay. So right now in China for cross-border, I assume that you're talking about, that's the program we usually are. We have two major partners. CIOS University that has 1,964 students, and Shenyang Normal University, which has 1,110 students. And a couple of things that I just want to mention. So we've had these two dual degree partnerships in China for nearly 30 years, and they're highly vetted and they're very established partnerships. I think sometimes people want to know, is there research involved? We're not a research university. There is no research involved. Our academic programs are English, business, leadership, health studies. We hire our own faculty. The English department hires their faculty, whether they're on campus, online, or in China. They supervise them. They teach the same curriculum. All of those students go through that program in English. And then given the heightened concerns around China and technology, we've also had outside counsel vet the technology aspects of our programs and our courses to ensure that there are no issues with federal export controls. We have separate student information systems than our US based students. The learning management system for cross-border students is located out of the United States. It is being housed in Singapore. And as the international IT security landscapes involved, we've also ramped up our international travel, our IT security policies and protocols as well. We've engaged a cybersecurity company to help bolster the security capabilities around the locations, including international. So without, our China program in fiscal year, I've got fiscal year 23 right now, just the revenue is about $9 million. So I think we usually net roughly about 5 million. And that 5 million directly goes to our operations in Hays.
Thank you for all that information. I
Sure.
really appreciate it. And I want to assure you that there's nobody here that questions the lengths you go to ensure the safeties and securities involving. The nature of my question is simply how to plan for the worst. We wouldn't be doing our job if we weren't projecting as budget members into the future.
Geopolitical environment has changed in 30 years. I understand that, and I appreciate the question because you'll have it even if you don't ask it, and it's better to have the opportunity to address any concerns. So thank you for that.
I appreciate all of the surrounding context, and that's all very important to us as we make policy decisions. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, making good time. I love it. We've got Pittsburgh State University. Dayton, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, Pittsburgh, I just pulled up some basic information for Representative Riley's question on financial aid, the student aid program, for example. The change that I identified in that table, the increase of about $3 million, is related to their federal financial aid. So that would be Pell Grant, Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant. The program itself does include other non-federal sources. So about 40% of that is from the Pell Grant SEOG fund. 10% is an SGF appropriation for need-based aid, and 50% is from their general and restricted fee funds. And that's the portion I need to get more detail on that I'm happy to provide for you, but just wanted to give you what I can today. Moving on to Pittsburgh State. A lot of the kind of foundational information I walked through, the types of funds and programs are similar. So I'll let you all review that at your leisure, and I'll turn straight to page 9. In fiscal year 2026, the revised estimate includes reappropriations of $8.2 million from the state general fund. So that's item 2 there on that page. I've noted some of those larger categories there. The NEMA Manufacturing Prove-Out Facility, $3.2 million. American Center for Reading, $2 million. And then if you turn to the next page, a couple of capital projects. $1.1 million for utility tunnel replacement and $1.4 million for demolition of buildings. Additionally, the agency reappropriated $8.1 million in unspent EBF funds from fiscal year 25 to 26. And I've noted there some of those ongoing projects in that paragraph. Moving down to the other changes, item 4, similar with Fort Hays State University, the SGF increase is due to transfers from the Kansas Board of Regents. These are expenditures that were approved by the legislature last year. So for the SGF increase, I'll actually discuss the 3rd, 4th, and 5th bullets. For Pittsburgh State, regional growth is $3.8 million transferred from KBOR. And I've noted some of the uses there: salaries and wages to support student success, Great Gorilla Scholarship Program, and improve admissions programs. NIST playbook, student success, $611,000, and need-based aid, about $200,000. Those first 2 bullets, similar to Fort Hays, are transfers from EBF, which totals $4.3 million for Pittsburgh and $2 million from Kansas Campus Restoration Act. Moving to item 5. The revised estimate includes an increase of $8.4 million. This is all from the Deferred Maintenance Support Fund. I've got some history there, but essentially the agency has been preserving this fund over time to finance infrastructure projects in the future. Item 6, KSD funding adjustments, an increase of $5.6 million, all from restricted fee fund for several KSDE projects. The agency noted that these were underfunded in the approved budget, so it's correcting those expenditures. And turning to page 11, you'll see them detailed.
Hold on one second, Dave. Underfunded or under budgeted?
Under budgeted, apologies. The first is for KSD letters, $3.7 million, with some information, some background information there. $1.5 million for the technical assistance systems network, and $400,000 for early career mentoring. For item 7, the revised estimate includes an increase of $2.6 million, all from federal funds, similar to Fort Hays, based on increases in actual awards in fiscal year 25 actual expenditures. For item 8, the revised estimate includes an increase of $4 million, all from federal funds. This is due to a carry forward grant of $3 million for STEM ecosystems and new federal funding for the USDE, KSDE, Kansas Youth Transition Network. This particular grant is $1 million for 2 years, so we'll see this in 27 as well. Item 9, the revised estimate includes $9.9 million from ARPA funding. These are for projects that are continuing from the previous year, and I've got those projects listed here, including a project for KRPS and PSU Guerrilla Rising. And finally, all other adjustments result in a decrease of $600,000, all from non-SGF funds, from a number of their funds. I can turn to page 12 if you'd like to discuss the fiscal year 27.
Please do.
For fiscal year 27 on page 12. Item 1, regional stabilization. As I noted in Fort Hays, the regional stabilization has now been made permanent in the agency's base budget. So this will apply to Fort Hays, Pittsburgh, and Emporia when I present it, and that's $3.8 million. Item 2 is KSD funding adjustments. It's a decrease of $2.4 million due to a reduction for the non-renewed KSD letters program. Item 3, research adjustments, an increase of $1 million. And this is for the second year of that grant I noted in fiscal year 26. Item 4, the SGF increase, $416,000. This is for fringe benefits based on the cost indices and was included in their allocation from the Division of Budget. Finally, item 5, other adjustments. Similar to fiscal year 26, smaller adjustments, in increase of $409,000 from a couple different funds there. I'd be happy to stand for questions on Pittsburgh State.
Any questions for Dayton? Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was a business, we'd be looking at one other thing, and that would be the amount of the increase or decrease of revenue sales data. So on your page 3, you have a really nice chart there of their expenditures over the last 10 years. Is there any way that you could, over the last 10 years, overlay a student count or student, that's a tough number because, some people are taking 6 hours in a whole year. I'm not quite sure what student count number we would compare, but are we holding even here at Pittsburgh State? Are we dropping off? It'd be nice to see the same kind of thing for Fort Hays. But so how are we doing here as far as credit hours being taken?
Are you asking for enrollment graduation numbers?
No, I'm asking for amount of credit hours that are taken every year. There's a terminology, I'm not sure what it is, but it's full-time equivalent. Thank you. But it'd be nice to have that overlaid on this chart to see where they're at for 10 years.
Mr. Chair, if I might, on page 3, that FTE there is actually the FTE positions for the agency. So those would be the employees. Just if I'm understanding the question, you're asking for student enrollment based on the full-time equivalent, which, as I mentioned earlier, the Board of Regents tracks a lot of that data. So I think I could get that for you.
Mr. Chair, what that looks at is, we're spending more and more money, but we get less, we're having less students, less credit hours. So, what is the return on the amount of money that either SGF funds, all funds that are getting spent on students, are we gaining or losing over the last 10 years?
Okay, I think I understand what you're talking about. Are you trying to get a picture of how much money is floating over each of your students' heads? Okay, I'm tracking. All right. Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And along the lines of what my colleague was asking about, if on page 3, the SGF funds are identified and then the all funds are also included, what makes up the difference for the all funds? Is that tuition?
So I'll actually direct you just to illustrate to page 8. Yeah, page 8. So looking at the state general fund subtotal, I'll look at the percentages just for context. And that's on page 8, expenditures by fund. The state general fund subtotal is 36.4%, and then the fee funds make up about 30%. The two largest are the general and restricted fee fund, which would be tuition and fees. So you're right that part of that is from those other funding sources. And then also they have, federal funding sources and EBF.
So SGF, we're covering 36% of their costs, and the rest is coming from the resources from the university, whether that's students or federal. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that's correct.
Thank you very
That's
much.
the breakdown.
Anything else for Dayton? Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at page 3, where it shows all the years and then 2026, 2027, it shows the agency requests. It doesn't show the 2026 approved budget from last year on that page. I'm just wondering why that's not on there.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I think we've excluded fiscal year 26 there because it's meant to indicate the trend over time. So if we had 2 years for fiscal year 26, it would kind of skew, or it could skew people interpreting the graph. Yeah, but the fiscal year 26 agency revised estimate is 4 million higher, so it would be similar to the fiscal 26 trend on that line chart.
Does that answer your question?
What was the overall approved or allocated amount for 2026?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that would be on page 1. The fiscal year 26 approved, I'm looking at state general fund, is 62.1 million, and then the agency's revised is 66.7.
Anything else for Dave? No. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Dr. Thomas Newsom, President, Pittsburgh State, and Douglas Ball, Chief Financial Officer for Pittsburgh State.
Good afternoon, Chair Turk, Vice Chair Sweely, representatives, committee members. I appreciate your time today. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I apologize. You're going to have to stare at my picture for a few minutes while I talk. So this is my first time to provide testimony in the state of Kansas after being hired as the 4th or the 11th president of Pittsburgh State University 4 months ago. It has been an amazing time in Pittsburgh, Kansas, and at Pittsburgh State. And really excited to be here and excited to have some time to share with you some things about our university and myself and where we're headed at Pittsburgh State University. So when my wife and I arrived in Pittsburgh in August, we had very high expectations. We had high expectations of our institution. We had high expectations of Pittsburgh, Kansas, and we had high expectations of Kansas. And we have been there for 4 months and all of our expectations have been exceeded. It has just been an amazing time to be at Pittsburgh and in Kansas. So the first 4 months, what we did was we embarked on what I would call a seeing, listening tour of our campus. In the fall, we met with almost every academic department in their space and learned about what they do and who they are. We met with a number of staff areas and student-facing areas. We had meetings with our Student Government Association. We already have ongoing meetings with my faculty and staff senate. And really, this was an exercise for me to learn as much as I can in a very quick period of time about Pittsburgh State University and how we operate and who we are. And what I learned is that in 1903, Pittsburgh State University was founded as a normal school, a school with roots in educating teachers. And in 1913, we were founded as an independent institution. Prior to that, we had been an affiliate of Emporia State as Kansas State Teachers College. And that's truly where our roots are and where we are as an institution even today. In 1977, we became Pittsburgh State University, and we were then a comprehensive institution. We still specialize today in reading and in training teachers. And in fact, we are nationally known for our expertise in teaching teachers how to teach reading, which is really important. We also have nationally leading and regional leading programs in healthcare, both pre-professional and a significant nursing program at Pittsburgh State, as well as allied health and all of the vocational programs that we teach through what was the Kansas Technology Center, which is now the Crossland College of Technology. And that is the largest single academic building still in the state of Kansas, and it is producing workers for the Kansas workforce for the future. Those programs include electrical technicians, automotive technicians, construction managers, and all of those high demand jobs that will serve the future of Kansas well. We also have a lot of learning across campus, which provides us with perspective on all those relevant programs, which will help us be a better state and a better Kansas. I also learned a lot about who we are as an institution from the standpoint of making sure that we are doing what we need to do. I also learned that there's a new energy at Pittsburgh State University, an energy with myself as the new president, an energy with a new provost who is less than a year into her tenure, a new dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, a new dean of our College of Technology at the Crossland College of Technology, and we're beginning a national search for a new dean of our College of Education. I learned that with this new energy, we need to ensure that we are good stewards of the support that we receive from the citizens of Kansas. And to that end, we quickly made some organizational changes at Pittsburgh State University. Those organizational changes, including that we restructured our cabinet, we made it smaller and more nimble so that we can react and be resident to the things that we need to do as an institution to serve our constituents well. We also then formed an executive committee. This executive committee represents a wider scope of representation across our university. And that executive committee and that cabinet meet with me on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. We also made some policy changes at Pittsburgh State, which to me makes sense. That makes me as the president more accountable to our university. And for example, we implemented a policy that no ongoing expenditure that's greater than $25,000 can be executed without my direct approval. This will allow me not only to continue to learn about our institution, but give me a better perspective on how we allocate resources through our budget and ensure that we are spending money and those resources in a responsible manner, not only today, but into the future. I also injected myself directly into our hiring practices, and that is that from now on, non-budgeted searches must be initiated with my approval and cannot be done so without such. And then all of our hiring practices require my approval before a final hire is made. Both of these practices prior to my approval stopped at the vice presidential level, and I just feel like that I need to be the one that's accountable specifically for those things. We also have initiated a new search for an internal auditor. In the past, this function had previously been held by a person who had some other combined duties. And I feel like that an internal auditor needs to be an internal auditor who's focused on those duties and answers directly to me and our Board of Regents. And that's just important. But above all, we have learned that Pittsburgh State University is positioned for a great future on a foundation that aligns perfectly with my higher education philosophy, and that is confirmed what I saw before I arrived at Pittsburgh State. I believe that universities, specifically regional publics like Pittsburgh State, have to be workforce drivers. Pittsburgh State University is in a position perfectly to meet the workforce needs and provide Southeast Kansas and our region and our state with the means to meet both current critical workforce demand and the demands of a future workforce. I believe that the definition of workforce education is pretty simple, and that is education that leads to careers, and that's any career. Pittsburgh State has a unique ability through traditional academic colleges and the Crossland College of Technology to offer instruction and training that leads to outcomes across our educational spectrum. From vocational certificates and associate degrees to bachelor's and doctoral degrees, Pittsburgh State can provide the right pathway for students to lead productive and meaningful lives. This was recently confirmed when Pitt State was designated as one of only 33 universities and the only university in Kansas as a Carnegie Foundation Opportunity College and Research College. The opportunity designation distinguishes us as a high access, high opportunity university. This means that our graduates earn higher than average salaries in critical workforce occupations while receiving higher scholarships and student support than most institutions provide. This is a measure that tells us that our university does better than others at setting up student success and success for them in the future in the real world. Our university also earned research designation for its investment in advancing science and discovery through research across the disciplines of engineering, life sciences, social sciences, and physical sciences. At Pitt State, we endeavor to use research to support teaching and learning, again, with the ultimate measure in student outcomes. We celebrate wins on campus with students inside and outside the classroom, but our true measure of success
at Pittsburgh State is what our students do when they leave us. Are they leaving us with the skills that they need to be successful in life and have the tools they need to provide for themselves, their family, and others? This is truly what we should understand as the key measure of our university success. Making decisions and guiding our university forward based on answers to this question, will this help students be more successful in life, is what you'd expect from me as the president at Pittsburgh State. And understanding that if we as an institution are not good stewards of the support that we receive from the state, our alumni and friends, we cannot build a university that can achieve future success. I also believe that we have to continue to grow. We can say that we had moderate overall enrollment growth in the fall, but are excited that we saw 11.5% growth in our freshman class, the largest class since 2017. And likewise saw the largest number of residential students on campus since that same year. The spring semester is shaping up to continue this trend of growth that we have seen over the past few years. Overall, today, spring enrollment is developing to be up just over 2%, with our undergraduate enrollment up 5.2%. And happy to see that the trend in our freshman year-over-year retention is up 2%, at 91% this year. During my career, I have been fortunate to lead growing institutions, and Pitt State will be laser focused on growth. But we'll not grow for growth's sake. We will intentionally and strategically grow to ensure the success of our students in Kansas. As part of the information that you received in advance of this meeting, you have a sheet there that talks about our fall enrollment and gives you those numbers. Pitt State is still primarily an undergraduate residential campus. We serve our region, and 64% of our student body comes from Kansas. A significant number of them are first in their family to attend college, and a large number of them are non-traditional who did not choose college immediately after high school graduation, and a significant number receive Pell Grants, scholarships, and institutional support. You also received a document titled Building Kansas Workforce. This is the document that will be the roadmap for our university's growth, with four pillars driving that growth: student demand, industry demand, growth capacity, and institutional investment. The document lists those specific programs that we have identified that meet these four pillars and gives some additional information on the strategic investments that are in place or will be ongoing to support this growth. You'll notice that these programs are relevant with a focus on supporting jobs and critical needs for Kansans and Kansas. Another document you received is one that's titled Multiplying State Investment, and is partnered with another couple of documents about our outdoor track facility and Guerrilla Rising. I'd like to turn your attention to those as they are specific examples of how we are leveraging investment from legislature, the city, the county, and supporters of our university to fuel economic growth in Southeast Kansas and beyond. In the last few years and over the next few, Pitt State has and will invest over $200 million in campus projects. Projects that will not only make Pittsburgh State better, but make Pittsburgh and Southeast Kansas better. Take note on the document that you have that a significant amount of the funding for these projects has come from gifts to the university and not from state funding. For example, our new outdoor track complex that will open this spring is a $12 million project that is 100% funded by donors and community support. This is important because this is very similar to a project that was funded the same way 10 years ago in the Plaster Center, our indoor track and workout facility, that's generated significant revenue for our city and county. You have in front of you the document that demonstrates the economic impact of the outdoor track facility, because forecasts say that over the next 5 years, it's projected that this project will support 37 jobs with labor income of over $1 million and new sales output for retailers in our city of over $3.4 million. You also have some information about the Guerrilla Rising project that will be completed in August, with the opening of the best student resident space and the Kels College of Business. This $53 million downtown project, which was jump-started with a $12.5 million Commerce Challenge grant, and then completed with city, donor, university funds, and creative private financing, is forecasted to generate over $65 million in total output locally and economic impact, and almost $400,000 in local taxes per year. The first phase of this project, Block 22,
a university-owned mixed-use commercial residential space that brought 3 nearly condemned downtown buildings back online, generated over $1.4 million in sales tax proceeds last year, and has already generated over $83 million in value-added production with impact on 35 companies that account for 516 jobs and over $19 million in labor income. You also see on that document the same KBI Regional Crime Lab. This is a building currently under construction on campus as part of our new research park that is true partnership between the state, the federal government, and the university that will bring a new level of crime prevention and training to our region. There's also a project that's not listed on that page, and that is the Eagle Pitcher Battery Production Facility. This is a city-owned property on campus that will house an expansion of industry in Pittsburgh, the site selection of which was specifically tied to the work that is being done at Pitt State's Tyler Research Center. This is a strategy of multiplying your investment to grow not only the university, but our city and our region, and provides an engine for economic development and growth that will be what guides us through future capital projects. And finally, you have one other document in front of you, and that is a document called Access Pitt State. And that document lays out in one page our revised university strategic plan, a plan that will redefine access and success, defining access beyond student enrollment, but building a culture of access for students, companies, industries, communities, institutions, and quite frankly, any person or organization that can benefit from the resource and expertise of Pittsburgh State University. We'll achieve this through 4 pillars: people, innovation, talent, and tradition. This is a strategic plan that is a bold initiative to connect people, ideas, and tradition to open doors of opportunity that transforms the future of our communities and our state to make lives better through their access to Pittsburgh State University. We will announce this plan formally this Friday to our faculty and staff and begin the implementation to make this the core of our culture of our university. It'll be somewhat simple and measurable. We will ask every Pitt State College department, program, or area on campus to develop one initiative that they can achieve in a single year that can support Access Pitt State. We'll reward those that can show success and then go through the same exercise each year with a strategic, intentional focus to achieve a culture of access that will ensure that Pitt State University is a driver for economic success and growth for our region and our state. I want to close by saying thank you for all that you do for Kansas and for Kansans. Thank you for your support of Pittsburgh State University and the students, faculty, and staff of our institution. I look forward to spending more time getting to know each of you and sharing the story of our university. I look forward to spending time in this building, in your offices, and your districts. We are fairly new in terms of a leadership team at Pittsburgh State. You probably haven't seen much of us, but you will see us in the future, believe me. At this time, I'd like to ask Doug Ball to come forward and make some remarks about our budget specifically. Doug, first of all, has done a yeoman's job. He's been with Pittsburgh State University for 9 years of making sure that we're on the right track. He served as interim president prior to my arrival, and I publicly thank him for that. He has done an amazing job of getting me up to speed very quickly. But when it comes to the budget, probably not in the weeds as much as I need to be at this moment. So I'd like for him to come up and make some comments, and then he will help me answer any specific questions that you have about the Pittsburgh State budget. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Ball?
Thank you, President Newsom, and thank you, Mr. Chair and committee, for your support of Pittsburgh State. I'll follow President Newman's comments with a few specific examples of how Pitt State is using state investments in ways that benefit both students and the state. President Newsom described earlier some of the significant economic impact of several of our current facility projects. While some, like the outdoor track he mentioned, are fully funded locally, others start with a state investment that we have worked hard to multiply many times over to grow the project, to fully fund the project and bring the economic benefits that they generate. I'd like to talk just a bit more briefly about 2 that he mentioned, and they're highlighted on that multiplying state investments page that he referred to earlier. The first of these is the Gorilla Rising project, which, as Dr. Newsom mentioned, includes the College of Business building and a renovation of the historic Best Hotel building for student housing in downtown Pittsburgh. It's adjacent to our existing Block 22 project. As President Newsom mentioned, this started with a $12.5 million Department of Commerce Challenge Grant Award, which, as a reminder, was funded with ARPA funds. We've added to that investment by identifying and obtaining non-state funds that are 3 times that original investment to fully fund the project. Those funds have come from a wide range of sources, including a significant amount from donors, a significant contribution from the city of Pittsburgh, available tax credits that are part of that historic property, and the student housing revenues that will be generated by the project. And so we've taken that initial investment by the state, leveraged it into something much larger, and are using it to improve both the experience for our students while also dramatically contributing to the regional's economy, as President Newsom described. Frankly, these are complicated projects, and we're certainly proud of the partnership across many parties that has come together to allow a project of this magnitude to succeed and to bring that positive impact to the Kansas economy. A second similar example is on the bottom half of that same page, and it's the prove-out facility. Now, this project is an addition to our existing Tyler Research Center on campus, and it provides space for product testing and manufacturing prove-out runs to enable regional manufacturers and innovators to overcome what can often be a big obstacle in bringing innovations to market. It's another great example of leveraging a state investment to do something much bigger. This project started with $4.5 million of state investment in a prior year, which has been matched now twice. First by federal funds that were available for the project, and then again by university research funds, more than tripling the entire investment to fund the project. As Dr. Newsom mentioned, the project has already, even before being built, been instrumental in attracting a new production facility to Pittsburgh, which is bringing dozens of good, high-paying jobs to the region. This is the Eagle Pitcher facility that Dr. Newsom mentioned. This is the first of what will be many positive impacts to our region's economy generated by this facility. Well, it's not as exciting as those two examples, but equally important to us are the many building maintenance projects which occur every year. These key infrastructure projects include things like utility infrastructure, roofs, fire alarms, HVAC projects, plumbing projects, and so forth. And we certainly greatly value the state funding that contributes to these projects every year. We are currently underway with one of the largest infrastructure projects that we've done in some time. We're replacing some utility tunnels that are more than 100 years old on campus and have simply reached the end of their safe life. These tunnels provide heat to many of our campus buildings and so are critical to our campus's operations. Let's switch gears from facilities for a minute and take just a moment to talk a little bit about operations funding. Last year, the legislature made an important investment in regional universities through the regional stabilization funding. This brought $3.8 million to Pittsburgh State, and I wanted to share some information about the impact that this is having on our students and on the activity that that produces that benefits the state and the region. This regional funding has helped us advance several key initiatives, and I'll describe a couple of them for you. One of them is the expansion of the Great Gorilla Scholarship Program. You know, 2 years ago, Pittsburgh State did not make 4-year financial aid commitments to potential students. It's really almost unheard of. That's very unique and put us in an incredibly uncompetitive situation. And so an outgrowth of that scenario was the creation of the Great Gorilla Scholarship Program, which is kind of an umbrella program that leverages a wide range of financial aid funding and programs that are available, but structures them in a way where they could be communicated in a way that was much more competitive to prospective students and frankly, much simpler to understand. This program has been very successful, as evidenced by our significant jump in freshman enrollment that Dr. Newsom mentioned. As the program rolls out, however, to cover more and more students, the full cost of the program grows, and we have been adding funds from multiple sources to fund the program. Regional funding was one of those sources that helped to make the program possible and continue its benefits. Secondly, PSU created a few years ago a student success organization. This group's primary role is academic and career advising for our students. And this group exists to ensure that students connect with programs that both match their interests, but also that leads them down a path that will help them be successful and able to achieve good paying, solid careers. This organization also is important in helping identify obstacles that can get in the way of a student's efforts at their academic journey and directs them to the resources and the solutions that are available to help them persist towards their goals. We've seen some very positive results from this program in terms of both retention numbers and the number of credentials being awarded by the university. And then finally, thirdly, I'll mention our admissions processes and tools. We've been able to enhance those processes with better data and improved tools needed for our admissions team to be effective at both identifying and communicating with prospective students. This allows our admissions team to be more efficient and to play their role in attracting higher numbers of students to the high-need programs that we have. All of these programs have been enhanced by the regional stabilization funding. The funds are making us more successful in helping students achieve the goals that they have, and in doing so, bringing more skilled workers to meet the needs of Kansas businesses. You know, Dr. Newsom mentioned the Carnegie classification, particularly the Access University designation that reflects our high access, high earnings characterization. You know, this recognition is from an independent third party that independently validates what we see internally, that we're succeeding in some important areas, and it's not a common designation. Well, I'd like to make the tie from that designation back to that regional stabilization funding. Those very things that I described that we're doing with those funding are exactly the things that helped us to achieve that recognition and designation. We're guiding students into high earnings, high need careers where they can be successful and breaking down barriers to educational achievement for those students. The funding is critical to maintaining and growing that impact. So to conclude, I'd like to just share a couple of items for the committee to consider. Our first request, and frankly the most critical, is that we ask that you maintain consistent funding for our operations into the future. This will allow us in all of these areas that we've described where we're having some success to both maintain and grow that success. You know, regional universities play a really critical role in our state in providing lower cost, but higher quality and relevant programs for our Kansas students and businesses. That lower cost aspect of a regional university is really enabled through consistent, steady state funding. That state funding has allowed us to keep tuition costs low for Kansas students. If you look over the last 7 years, our average tuition rate over that period has been under 2%, well under the rate of inflation. We're becoming an even better value for students over time, and state funding stability will help us to continue that trend. And then finally, I'd like to just share a little bit about our next project, our next need. Our science labs on campus need a little work. They are overdue for some updates. Many students, in fact, most students experience better labs in their high schools than they do in introductory science classes at Pitt State. So it's become a priority for our next area of focus. These labs are also important because they're at the entry point for many students into so many of our high priority and growth programs. Things like pre-med and nursing and healthcare all start in those labs, as do items like advanced materials and technology programs. And so all start right there in those introductory biology, chemistry, and physics labs. And so it's time for us to invest in those areas. We've got a plan to get started. Existing funding that's available now for us to begin the project. It's a big project, but one that we can do in phases over time. Should any one-time funding be available now or in the future, it might help us to accelerate that project and bring those benefits even more quickly. I'll hand it back to President Newsom to wrap up.
Thank you, Doug. So just to wrap up, I'm truly excited and thankful for your time today. Thank you for bearing with me as I was a little nervous in terms of my remarks. But I often say it is a great day to be a gorilla, but it's also a great day to be in Kansas. And I look forward as the president at Pittsburg State University to be a good partner with you, to work with you, to make our state better, to make our university better, and to lead a university that really drives the success of our region and our state, and will be a workforce driver for the state of Kansas. I say that our true measure of success is what our students do when they graduate. And I say that intentionally to say that when they leave us, what they do is important. But it's even more important that when they leave us, that they leave us and do great things in Kansas. And that will be the measure of who we are as an institution. So Chair Turk, I this time open to any questions you may have for Doug and myself.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions? Committee? Thorough presentation. Representative Wagner?
Yes, if I could have the, your financial person. It has come up a couple different times here, the whole question on this regional stabilization fund. And I'm a little, I'm familiar somewhat with the terminology. I understood it prior to this had been money from the Kansas Board of Regents, but now it's just coming direct to you. And so but if you can explain, because you sort of wax eloquently on it, like it was totally new money, but prior to this, I sort of understood it was just coming in a different angle to you, and it wasn't really new money at all.
So last year was the first year for that additional 3.8 million that I referenced. It was funneled through the Kansas Board of Regents to get to the 3 state universities, regional state universities last year. That's been a common action in recent years where new funds might be funneled through the board to get to us, but they are on occasion then transferred kind of into our core budgets in later years. I've seen that in recent years as well.
So it is effectively new money.
It was new money this past year.
It's not just a different way. All right. Thank you.
Anything else? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. President. You did a really good job for the first time here. We expect nothing else moving forward. So maybe a PowerPoint or something, but I'm really fascinated about this access Pitt State. I've read through it. I think it's a wonderful new idea. I do have concerns related to the current political culture as far as in reference to DEI, and I'm wondering how does this apply to what's being addressed with DEI in today's state?
Well, Chair and Representative Haskins, thank you for that question. We at Pitt State, I'm gonna probably tell you that I'm still a little new and naive to that question and learning. I come from Oklahoma, where that was a conversation, a significant conversation like it is in Kansas. I can tell you that Pittsburg State University is in compliance with the law in the state of Kansas. We've always be in compliance with the law in the state of Kansas. And we, when I got here and I started talking about access, I think there were some concerns that may be defined as DEI, and it's not. It's defined as access for anyone and everyone, and not just students. A lot of times when we talk about access in higher education, we talk about access that fuels enrollment growth. That's a little piece of it. But I want people to understand that we are blessed with support of the taxpayers of the state of Kansas through their time, energy, and treasure, that we need to be an institution that serves all Kansans, whether they're students who are interested in coming to Pittsburg State or whether they're local school districts who need help with teachers and classroom management, or whether they're banks or businesses who need help in terms of running their businesses from a budgetary standpoint or from human relations standpoint, whatever those things are, we have an expertise at our regional, specifically our regional universities, that we should be offering that expertise to anyone in the state of Kansas because of the fact that we are so blessed to receive support every day from the taxpayers, the great taxpayers of our state.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Last call. Representative Wagner.
Yes, actually, the finance gentleman again. So I'm looking here on page 8 at the expenditures by fund, state general fund. And basically, the fundamental difference between the approved fiscal year 2026 and the agency request, relates to the regional stabilization fund, where the approved amount is just over 3 million and you're looking for 6.8 million. And I guess my question is, where does that 6.8 million come from? That number is just.
Yeah. So the increase from 3 million to 6.8 million is the 3.8 million I was referring to earlier. That's the increment this year that went to the Board of Regents and then was transferred into our budget.
And it hasn't been approved by the legislature at all.
It was approved by the legislature last year.
As far as all right, I'm going to ask Chairman. So I'm a little confused then. Why is on this sheet it says the fiscal year 2026 approved is 3.061 million, and it has the agency request as 6.861 million?
Dayton.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Representative, could you
Yeah,
tell me
okay.
what page you're on?
Page 8 of your.
Page 8, okay, looking at regional stabilization line.
Yeah.
You're asking why the fiscal year 26 agency has the 6.8?
Yeah, I mean, his indication was that somehow it's been approved already, and by this, I don't see how that works.
The difference between the approved and the agency column.
Right.
In fiscal year 2026, it was transferred from the Board of Regents. However, in the approved budget, it was reflected in the Regents budget. So for example, when we get to the Regents budget, you'll see a decrease of 3.8 million.
And I'll remind the committee that this is where it gets confusing. How KBOR's budget integrates with all the other institutions. So just keep that question in mind every time you see a mystery number. We'll backtrack it there, okay? But generally speaking, you'll find the answer within the hub of KBOR. Okay, last call. All right, I've got a series of questions, just bear with me. I'm gonna go through, I see a whole list of undergraduate and graduate programs with some curriculum. I'm looking at them and I'm saying these are all relevant, very good courses here, course paths. Give me some examples of some courses, some curriculum that you guys have gotten rid of because they're no longer relevant for the future.
I'm gonna defer to Doug for that because they've happened before I got there, but I can tell you that we have looked at programs. For instance, we do not have a geology major anymore because geology has morphed into other areas of science. And that's really the philosophy we take are these programs relevant for outcomes for students? And those are the types of programs that we've looked at. But I'll let Doug, you want to take that?
I mean, I think Dr. Newsom's hit on a key example. I don't know that I can list the others right off the top of my head. We could certainly follow up with that information with a specific list, but there's a handful of similar examples to the geology example.
I'll give you some more context. So over the course of these years of watching these budgets come through, I see a lot of expansion, new stuff. It's really easy to build something new. It's really hard is to find the things that aren't working anymore and cut them off. If you do have a list of things that you guys are, I've used the example at lunch today with some other stakeholders. These are all trees. Sometimes you got to prune off the old stuff that doesn't work so that the good stuff, the new stuff can thrive. Right? So I'd love to see from all institutions, just kind of some adjustments that you're making within the institution as a whole, right? So
Thank you for that, Chair. I would say that prior to developing this list of what we've identified as our growth programs, we did a significant study, academic study, our provost did an academic study of all of our programs. And these programs were identified as growth programs. And to say they're growth programs, that means that's where the majority of our time and energy is going to go and resources going to go to support these because they're high growth programs in terms of student demand, industry workforce need in Kansas, the capacity that we have to grow them as an institution, and the institutional investments we have to support them. On the flip side of that coin is we did identify programs that are not growth programs that could be emerging. And then we identified programs that, like you said, we need to take a harder, stronger look at to determine if they're actually programs that are sustainable and we need to continue to have in the future. I hate to use this illustration because it's not a good one, but you're right. We tend to add new toys to the toy box a lot without getting rid of old toys. And so we need to have a better understanding of if we want new toys, then we need to probably look at getting rid of some of our old toys.
I really like that example. I've got kids and that resonated. So thank you. On enrollment, I'm hearing from all the institutions that right now we're riding the crest of a wave with enrollment. What are your projections for Pitt State in the immediate future, the next 5 years? What are you forecasting your enrollment's going to look like?
We're forecasting that through this initiative of Access Pitt State and through this building the Kansas Workforce Initiative, these programs that we've identified enrollment drivers, we have set a goal over the next 5 years to grow enrollment by 700 students. That will help us realize about $6 million worth of additional revenue, which will help us continue to keep tuition flat, keep our need for state support relatively low. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at. We really think that 700 number is somewhat conservative in terms of the fact that we have identified programs that we feel like are growth programs again, that we can make an institutional investment in to grow. As you notice, those programs are those trades and a lot of those vocational programs through our Crossland College of Technology that have really high earning, really high outcomes for students. And we're excited about that. So we are projecting and we are building forecasts and budgets around the idea that we are going to grow as an institution, and we have got a very intentional plan to drive that growth.
That answer checked every box and more. So 700 over 5 years, 6 million.
Correct.
All right, excellent.
We've actually identified even by college, based on the percentage of where they're at now with our student enrollment, how much each college should contribute to that 700 number in terms of growth. And we're working on right now some incentives, and I wouldn't necessarily say that they're financial, but some incentives for our university internally that will drive some rewards for some of that growth and meeting those metrics.
Okay. On your projects, I've got on this page right here with your pretty skyscraper.
Mhm.
And that is a skyscraper to Kansas standards, I will say.
It is the best hotel, and it was built in 1920-something, 6 maybe. It has been a dormant, well, I say dormant, it's been a house for a lot of raccoons and pigeons and folks that are looking for a place to get out of the storm sometimes for many, many years in downtown Pittsburgh. And because of this commerce grant that was ARPA funds and really the gracious gifts from our city and our county and our community and some significant donors, we are bringing that back. It will house 75 students. We will then pair that with Block 22. We'll have about 170 students living in downtown Pittsburgh after August when we open that building. The first floor will be the Center for Reading, which is our nationally renowned center that teaches teachers how to read, teaches students that are dyslexic tools to combat that and mitigate that so that they can be successful in life. It will have the Small Business Development Center down in that first floor that has supported over 516 jobs, 35 businesses over the last 2 years since it's been in Block 22. And with that facility, Block 22, and the Kels College of Business, which is just a little less than a block away, we'll have about 500 living, breathing humans in downtown Pittsburgh, Kansas on a daily basis, eating in our restaurants, buying things in our retail shops. And again, just the Block 22 piece, which is the piece that has been completed in the last couple of months, or last couple of years, excuse me, that is owned by the university. It generated just over $1.4 million in sales tax revenue this year for the city of Pittsburgh.
Of these several pictures of beautiful buildings, which ones are incomplete?
Say that again? Which ones are incomplete? The first two on the top will be open in August. They're under construction currently. The prove-out facility, we broke ground on it 2 months ago, and it is in dirt work stage right now. The $53 million STEM building on the back is still in progress in terms of us raising money. We've raised enough for the first phase, $8 million roughly, which will redo one of our major labs on the first floor. So that will be ongoing until we can continue to raise money. We're going to actually launch a capital campaign in April for that building. The $12 million track facility is near completion. We will host the Mid-America Intercollegiate Athletic Conference conference track meet this spring. Many of you may or may not know, but we have a history of winning national championships, both in indoor and outdoor track at Pitt State University. That one's a really exciting project immediately because we know that it's going to bring millions of dollars worth of economic development and revenue to our city. And then the KBI facility, the $55 million facility, they are about to start putting steel up for that. They're about 1.5 years, 2 years away from completion there, so it's under construction. And then our tunnel system is, it's probably 50-60% of the way finished. So that's this summer we'll be finished with that tunnel system. And then the Eagle Pitcher facility that we talked about, which is between the KBI and the prove out, they've actually got steel up on that facility.
All right. All right. Well, I appreciate your testimony today, guys. Thanks a lot for making the trip.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, my chewing into my ahead of schedule time, Paul. All right, go ahead.
Two good questions. One is, last year when you folks were here, the notion of giving people associate's degrees, in a 4-year institution was really kind of like, wow, what a good idea. I'm curious, you mentioned how many that you granted, but just the general feedback from students and such on that. I mean, I don't know.
So Chair Turk, Representative Wagner, thank you for that question. That is, it's something that I knew about before I arrived, but it's been an amazing, pleasant surprise. Dr. Shipp did a number of things that were innovative and amazing and set us as a university for a great foundation for the future. I think that will be his legacy, is that he made it possible for us to grant associate degrees at Pittsburgh State University, with the understanding that what we do is when a student who is seeking a bachelor's degree reaches enough credits to receive an associate's degree, then they're automatically awarded an associate's degree unless they opt out. We had a ceremony this spring, and I think we awarded 300, roughly a little over 300 associate degrees. And the idea behind that is that life gets in the way sometimes, and you may have to stop out. You may have to change course, and we don't want students to do that, but we want them to leave our institution with something of value for what they put into it. And so they when they get to that level, they leave our institution with an associate's degree. What it also has done is, because it's given us the authority and ability to do that, it's allowed us to go down some paths with potentially some new programs that are truly workforce development programs through the Crossland College of Technology, where students may not need a bachelor's degree. They may need a certificate or an associate's degree to do great things and get a great career. And so that, that's something that has been I think what Dr. Shipp intended it to be has met those expectations, but I think it's going to be something that's going to even help us even grow more as an institution.
Dr. Newsom,
Sir.
Mr. Paul, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Up next, we got Emporia State University. Dayton, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have noted this at the end of Pittsburgh State, but you won't see it on the shorthand because there were no changes based on the global motions. Their reappropriations, for example, were all capital in nature. So moving on to Emporia State University, final one today. I will start on page 8 of this, the fiscal year 2026 analysis. I'd first like to discuss item 1, the approved budget, noting that there are 2 items included in their approved budget. So these are items that were approved by last year's legislature. First is the 2025 pay plan of 1.3 million, including 815 from the SGF, as well as 2.2 million for program reduction expenses related to legal expenses for that purpose. Moving on to the reappropriations, item 2, the state general fund reappropriation for Emporia State totaled $4.1 million. If you will turn to the following page, page 9. Noting here that 2 of those larger projects are the ESU Cybersecurity Research and Outreach Center, 1.3 million, and 2.1 million for demolition of buildings. Additionally, the agency reappropriated 5.7 million in unspent EBF funds that carried forward from the 25. Moving to item 4, K-Board transfers. The total transfers from K-Board increased the SGF budget by $4.6 million for Emporia State University. This is 3.8 million for regional stabilization, 611,000 for student success, and 140,000 for need-based aid. Item 5, student aid. The agency's revised estimate includes a decrease of 1.5 million in fiscal year 26, and this is due to the agency reducing its estimated awards to reflect current expectations based on actual expenditures. Item 6, the revised estimate includes a decrease of 5.3 million in 26. This is due in part to the agency delaying an athletic capital project to fiscal year 27, and additionally reflects the nursing and energy savings project expenditures occurring in fiscal year 25 instead of 26. So one project's delayed to 27 and one occurred early. So adjusts the revised estimate. And the overall decrease is offset by those EBF and KCRA transfers from the Board of Regents. Turning to page 10. Other adjustments result in a decrease of 2.6 million, primarily attributable to decreases in the physical plan central services program to align with actual expenditures, as well as a decrease of 36.2 FTE positions. And I can continue to fiscal year 27 unless you'd like me to stop.
Please go on to 27.
On page 11, I'd first draw your attention to item 1, one-time adjustments. Compared to the fiscal year 2026 budget, there is a decrease of $2.2 million, and this is for one-time funding related to the legal expenses I described on the previous page. This funding was approved for fiscal year 26 only. Item 2, the regional stabilization is 3.8 million again for Emporia State, and this reflects it moving into the agency's base budget. For student aid, the request is a decrease of 1.6 million to reflect decreased awards based on actual expenditures compared to the estimate or the approved budget. Item 4, capital improvements. The request includes an increase of 6.6 million, including the health, physical education, and recreation building, 10 million, and Welch Stadium East Side renovation, 8.5 million. And turning to the final page. The agency, item 5, fringe benefits. The request includes an increase of 434,000 for fringe benefits based on the cost indices and included in the Division of Budget's allocation for the agency. Finally, item 6, other adjustments result in a decrease of 3.4 million, again continuing that alignment of expenditures for the physical plant and central services program, and the decrease of 36.2 FTE positions. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on the, oh, actually, before I do that, looking at your shorthand document, the very first item on page 1 is a reduction of 1.73 million. These are SGF operations for Emporia State that were deleted as part of the global motion. That includes the Cybersecurity Research and Outreach Center, Smart Kansas 21, and Future Teacher Academy. And now I'd stand for questions.
Thank you, Dayton. Any questions for Dayton? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dayton, on the FY 27, the $6.6 million capital improvements, is that brand new money? It's brand new request?
The project itself, I'm not sure if the project is new in the 5-year plan or not. I'd have to verify that.
Well, if I could, Chairman. A couple years ago, we gave like $9 million into the model investment. Was some of that money to be used for some of these capital improvements?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I haven't pulled this card yet today, but this is my first year with the budget, so I'd have to look into that historic information and if the agency can't address it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm unclear on it. Is that 6.6 is an it's an add-on, right? That's new money, or was that approved last year?
Mr. Chair, it's an increase over the approved budget. So for capital improvements, for example, it's an increase. They're doing more capital projects, but the overall increase is partially offset by some one-time projects. Let me see if a table might illustrate this better.
The capital improvement plan is hard to follow.
If you turn to page 5, the capital budget and debt section. So it's an increase of 6.6 million in their total expenditures. So for fiscal year 2026 approved budget, I'm looking just at the subtotal for just illustration purposes, 21.05 million or 0.5 million compared to the 27.7 million. So for their capital budget overall, it has increased by 6.6 million.
Thank you, Dayton. Anything further for Dayton? All right. Great. I have Dr. Taylor. I'm going to kill this. Criley. Oh, I nailed it. Gold star for me. Interim President, Emporia State University. Welcome to committee, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am honored to serve as the interim president of Emporia State University, just under a month in my role, so give me a little grace today. I do have the team with me today to be able to help answer any questions that you might have. Our CFO, Angela Wolgram, our Executive Vice President for Operations, Kelly Hine, and our Government Relations, Greg Snyder. First and foremost, thank you so much for your support that you've given to Emporia State during what we would consider one of the most difficult times in our university history. We would like to thank President Hush for his leadership and for the work of the executive team, the university, the city, and the community over the last 3 years to lead during this difficult time. Anytime you embark on something new and going through any type of change that we went through, it can be a little bit bumpy. And it can be a learning process as we worked through it. I recently returned to Emporia State, two-time alum, then took a hop, skip, and a jump west to work at Fort Hays State University for 7 years, and then returned back to the university to serve my alma mater for enrollment management and student success. We're incredibly excited to have President Baker join us in March to continue to help us build on our momentum. Quite frankly, we've changed as a university, and I can say that since I left and then returned. We completely changed how we operate. We now understand our strengths. We've capitalized on our strike zones, and we understand and address our shortcomings. We have built an incredible foundation for us to continue to scale those strengths and to return the investment back into Kansas. How did we do it? This is our framework. This is our foundation that we use every single day to conduct our business. First and foremost, our students and families serve as our mission. One ESU, one team, breaking down silos and working together, utilizing teamwork across all facets of the organization, unlike any other higher education institution. We're focused on the system with alignment and accountability, our community with partnerships and stewardship of resources, and ultimately the results and the return on investment to the state of Kansas. The gold boxes symbolize the strength that we've had the past 3 years. The darker gray boxes symbolize the opportunities we still hope to capitalize on in the future. Starting with students, families as our mission, first and foremost, we wanted to address all populations at the institution. We invested in high school concurrent credit to really ensure that students could begin their educational career in high school in their hometowns at an affordable rate, $21 a credit hour. Prior to me getting there, the team went through the process of program review and eliminated around 30 programs or concentrations that no longer had either relevancy or program capacity, students enrolled in the programs, or interest for students moving forward. We now go through a 1-year program review of all of our programs to continuously improve and to help us reinvest in our strike zone programs, the strike zone programs of today and what we forecast and foresee in the future. And we want to also create an exceptional student experience that is seamless for students and their families in high school, once they go to a higher education institution, and if they should choose to return later on for additional degrees. Our outcome is to help Kansas families with affordable education to be able to access it from where they are and to create pipelines and pathways to help them be successful. One ESU, our teamwork and our goals. We are a data-driven organization. We have totally reconstructed our enrollment and retention funnels to look at the overall university health dashboard. I like to say it's when you go to the doctor and you're not just getting one piece of feedback for your health. You're looking at the total health of the organization and how the funnels move. In addition, it's sort of like the stock market. You're constantly watching it and ensuring that you're identifying risk and opportunities and making decisions. We utilize that information to continue to capitalize on our total operation and use that to inform our new developing zero-based budget model. Again, this is still new for the organization, but utilizing it not based on what we've always asked for previously, but what we know we need moving forward. Ultimately, to reinvest in students and their success, to create upward mobility in Kansas, to constantly improve, take action, and achieve results. The system and the community go hand in hand, and how we can better capitalize on those opportunities moving forward, where we will focus on economic prosperity and how our role becomes and what we can do to be a value-added partner, how we can help business and industry create growth, innovation, pipelines to advance our regional and state vitality. Everything capitalizes on how this impacts the state of Kansas. As we continue to increase our outcomes, we are able to not only help position students, the university, but the state for continued mobility and success. Ultimately, our hope is to continue to focus on becoming an efficient asset, investing Kansas dollars in Kansas, keeping a Kansas taxpayer point of view, and remaining neutral to all the social, political, economic challenges that are coming up that might influence our educational model and help with workforce development. I'm going to talk a little bit about the past 3 years and why we're here today. Our situation is what the team arrived to in the last administration. But that situation had been a situation Emporia State had faced for probably the past decade. Shrinking enrollment, declining retention, siloed data, status quo, operations and functions and systems, the enrollment cliff, and an unstable financial model. For the past 20 years, I've worked in higher education. I've stood at the front of the room and welcomed students and their families, knowing that at the end of that year, 25% of those students and families would not be in the room the next year, and that only 40% of the students would be at graduation in 4 years. Knowing that students were leaving with 1, 2, 3 years worth of debt and no credential to advance themselves or their families or to be able to join the workforce and address those shortages. We care deeply about changing those averages. As we move forward, what we've been doing for action over the last 3 years is the one ESU mindset. You wouldn't believe how difficult it is to break down silos, and the team has done an exceptional job of creating that teamwork. Our alignment, our action, and our return on investment, and how we visualize that in the total operation. As we've had successes over the last 3 years, we've made sure not to put those additional burdens on students and to remain competitive as a regional institution. We've had 0 increases in tuition the past 2 years and no room or board rate increases this past fall. In order to position the university for long-term success, a gap we've continued to see at, actually I've seen it at both institutions I've been at, is succession planning and cross-training as faculty and staff continue to promote inside the system in the state of Kansas or outside in the region or the nation, that transition timeline and what that does to the impact of your organization. So the cross-training and succession planning has been critical to our success. Some of the outcomes of that, of the work that we've done through our data-driven culture, has been right-sizing our organization from an FTE standpoint, increasing our partnership with the foundation, our deferred maintenance and space utilization, increasing our scholarships by 140%, our enrollment increased 6% this fall, the highest of the state universities, but also for Emporia State University in the past 7 years. Our student engagement has increased 70%. Our deferred maintenance decreased 20%, saving us $20 million over 5 years. We upgraded our Moody's rating from negative to stable, and we eliminated a $19 million deficit, which included current debt and projected future debt, ultimately working to continue to become the most efficient state asset that we can be. I'll briefly highlight our financial health, but as if you have questions at the end, we'll tap into our CFO, similar to President Newsom. These are kind of hard to see on here, but you'll see kind of in that first box, our net assets, what's expendable and what's not. We've had that decrease there. On the right over here, the blue is our overall backlog of deferred maintenance. The green is the space optimization, and the two of those paired together are going to continue to be critical as we continue our financial health. Our CFI and our faculty and staff headcount are listed down there below. And you will see that we are continuously monitoring our financial health dashboards to make decisions and to position the university for financial strength and performance. Primarily understanding our reserves, our net operating revenues, our return on our net assets, and the investments. Most notably, we've created profit and loss statements across all facets of the organization, which have been incredibly insightful to helping our teams understand the financial component to the way we operate. Understanding the data, disseminating that data, and pairing it with our profit and loss statements have been key to our continued zero-based budget model. Highlight just a couple of other things that we took action on that continue to help us move forward, which is our focus on Kansas. So our location is the heart of Kansas from my perspective, and it really can continue to be the most valuable regional in the state. We have the highest percentage of students from Kansas attending Emporia State University, regionals leading the way. 77% of our students are Kansas residents. Upon graduation, 85% of our graduates remain in Kansas. This is helping our business and industries and our workforce shortages. Access and affordability, just as Fort Hays and Pittsburgh, we want to ensure that every Kansan has access to education. And so we've continued to focus, as I mentioned earlier, on our Jump Start program, but we doubled down on ensuring that students could afford that at $21 a credit hour because we understand the strain it can have on families. But we also understand how students can be more successful if they take that concurrent credit. So students can take our Jump Start courses. We have a variety of course offerings, and then they can come to Emporia State, but even if they don't come to Emporia State, they can use those to transfer to any of our other schools in Kansas. And we've tried to make transferring seamless and simple, particularly for our 19 community colleges. We recently had an agreement where we would make that seamless for students. But in addition, you'll see that we have a almost 34% increase over the last year in students under the age of 20, and that's due to our high school concurrent credit, where you'll see that our the state universities and the system total are only around 2 to 3%. And so just being able to know that students can capitalize on that, and regardless if they choose Emporia State or not, we know that that will help them be successful. The students that choose to come to Emporia State after our Jump Start program are 50% more likely to be successful in their first year and help us break some of those averages that we're trying to. I'm an honest broker. I don't know, this is my first testimony, but I want to own some of our areas of improvement because that is how we've matured as an organization. You've already mentioned previously our 1.7, and we own the fact that we didn't utilize those funds in the manner and time that we should have used them. And so we are not asking for those back, and understand why we failed to do that for the cybersecurity, the Smart 21 funds, and our future teacher. Our team will get better in utilizing the funds that you invest in us and in the future. We have to continuously keep our cost comparison to our peers. Also, why we didn't want to continue to increase tuition or residence hall room rates. We will continue to focus. We still have under-enrolled programs, and we're creating plans in order to address those. We really want to capitalize on our campus master plan and our space utilization. Back to the financial health, we know we still have opportunities to improve. Our auxiliary performance has been underperforming for the past 7 years, and we've seen substantial increases this last year, particularly with our residence halls, an increase in 23% occupation and a forecasted of 20% for this next year. More importantly, instead of a one-year budget cycle, we're working to create a multi-year financial planning cycle that will allow us to not find ourselves in some of these tricky situations financially as we move forward, or to lose 1.7 million for funds we were given. What we must do moving forward: we have to continue to focus on students and their family. We must optimize our location and continue to foster our relationships with the system, the total educational ecosystem, K-12, technical colleges, community colleges. We've reached the averages, but we want to break the averages for student success and continue to modernize our processes, particularly with the digital transformation that's coming. We already know that as technology continues to advance, that students, when they leave our program 6-12 months after, some of the education in which we've provided can become outdated. And we know the speed of that technology is going to continue to advance the ability for our university to provide the right education to students. And so we are really focused on what our digital transformation and modernization will be. We're going to continue to be bold and courageous and continue to have continuous improvement and look at our total university health dashboard and succession planning in order for our outcomes to be achieved. We want to be a leader and a value-add partner in the region. We will create an exceptional, seamless student experience. We will build robust pathways and pipelines for Kansas students and their families to gain an exceptional educational experience. And we want to create an innovative next-gen campus as we roll out our next campus master plan. We'll continue to be an efficient campus and make sure that we return the investment back to you and our students. Our ask is that you help us continue to enable our momentum moving forward. Your continued support, maintaining the funding that we do have, holding us accountable for when we fail to use funding appropriately, and to support the system and the capital renewal funds which have been allocated. Thank you so much for investing in Emporia State University. Again, during one of the most difficult times of our history, we couldn't be more excited or positioned to build on the momentum and are excited for President Baker to take the helm in March. Thank you for the time today, and the team and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. Any questions? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Crowley, this goes back to the question that I asked staff a minute ago, and you need to find it out from somebody, that's fine too. The $6.6 million in 27, I know it's got to be new money and new requests because, you know, it wasn't there before. What I'm trying to find out is that did you guys start projects based on, you know, the monies that we allocated in 24, 25, and this is going to finish those, or is this brand new projects, I guess?
Mr. Chair and Representative, could I ask our CFO, Angela Wilgram?
Absolutely, phone a friend.
Thank you. I knew you knew.
Please introduce
Hello,
yourself.
I'm Angela Wilgram. I'm CFO at Emporia State University. Those budgets are related to the 5-year capital projects that we have to turn into the Kansas Board of Regents in April. And so when we prepare our budgets for you guys, we include projects that are on that list. Because it's easier to put those projects on, even if we aren't 100% sure that they're going to go, we put projects on that may or may not ever start. And one of these is on there. For example, we've had King Hall renovation on our 5-year capital plan for several years. We've never been able to maintain the funding or get the funding for that. So we just continue to move it down the line. So it's not necessarily that it's new funding, it's new projects, which our funds might not yet be identified yet. And so if we don't have the funds, if we don't have the gifts or the state funds or the capital funds to do it, we'll just move it down the line.
Thank you.
Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several years ago, obviously you're having a pretty significant decline in enrollment. You've been able to turn that around, and you mentioned that this past year that you had the biggest increase in enrollment among the universities. And so I was just wondering what you attribute that to and how you think you were able to get that turned around.
There are so many factors that go into the enrollment and retention funnel, but I think the most significant factor has been the new excitement for Emporia State University. When you go through something like the university went through 3 years ago, there's this natural loss period that happens after, and now we're rebounding and moving forward. And so that narrative has shifted at Emporia State. The buzz, we kind of call it, that is happening on campus and in the community and with our engaged alumni has just transformed how students are now starting to come and be excited about coming to Emporia State.
I would argue that they're offering coursework applicable to the students, as is other institutions of your size here in the state.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see institutions change course for the future. I see that you guys are doing that. Any other questions, Ms. Representative? Good. All right. Any other questions? Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned in your analysis on results about, improved space optimization. And, it's certainly one of the things being on this committee, you see there's just tons of building projects, just kind of right and left. And I can't recall exactly where I read it, but I had seen a kind of a critical analysis that universities do not pay much attention to space optimization. They build another building, even when they have other buildings that are only a third used. I mean, in any sort of realistic framework. And I am curious if you could explain a little bit on how you guys, metric your space optimization and just kind of what kind of goes into that, getting that part of the equation right.
I'm not going to be able to get into the details, but what I will tell you is that from our program review, from our one issue teamwork strategy, creating flexible learning spaces, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary work to where we're utilizing classrooms differently, spaces differently, and making sure that they're being used throughout all hours of the day and not just between 10 and 2. Has been really important to be able to provide options to students and for us to utilize more spaces on campus. As we move forward with the campus master plan, we'll be ensuring that we're doing the same for our forecasted enrollment and what we predict our on-campus enrollment to be. The other big key factor was that the university sort of went through a shift where we were primarily an on-campus student population, where now we're about 45-55% on campus online. So you see that online growth and more online offerings. And so we needed less classroom space for the advance in our online education.
Last call. Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned doing financial statements for each department.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds very intriguing to me. How did you work that out as far as it was the amount of hours? Was your revenue for each department that were coming in for students minus faculty expenses, minus classroom maintenance expenses? How did you do that?
Right now we have it for academic programs. We're working on bringing that into athletics and into the other areas. But we took the revenue based on credit hours and calculated. We only provided about 40 or 50% of that revenue to that department or that program for that student credit hour. The rest goes to cover overhead for all the other things that are there. But then we would subtract, we calculated what the faculty expense and other type program expenses were in there to come down to a net revenue.
Well, that 40% is pretty close to the numbers we're seeing for what tuition costs overall, a percentage of that 40%. So that's sounds very intriguing that maybe other schools should take a look at that process. Thank you.
All right. Well, I tell you what, how this budget presentation for me was refreshing. I love to see all this quantifiable data. Fluff has been removed. I enjoy this presentation. Thank you, first and foremost. And it is incredibly rare that you have an entire page dedicated to, oops, we messed up, but here's how we're going to fix it. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I appreciate that. And in fact, personally, it compels me to want to help. Like, I love that when people take ownership, it gives us all a reason to help. I appreciate that very, very much. Will you do me a favor
Yes.
for my own edification? Will you tell me more about the auxiliary performance? Talk to me like I've never heard it before. Never heard it
I'm going to have Angela talk about
before.
it.
A friend.
So I think one of the things that we pay a lot of attention to is our academic departments and how they're performing and different things like that. I think one of the things that we forget sometimes is our auxiliaries, which are your residence halls and your union and things like that. And we kind of let them run their own thing. And I think it's just about us making sure that we're helping them be as efficient as possible.
So those are that essentially it's support. It's the support systems.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Great. Okay, thank you so much.
So our auxiliaries are our residence halls, our memorial union, our health and wellness services, counseling health services.
That answered that question. I love that you acknowledged your need for adaptability, especially, 6, 12, 18 months down the road, post-graduation. Hearing that come from higher education right now is exactly where my mind is at and where I want all of our institutions to be thinking. I know they're doing it, but hearing it verbally acknowledged out loud, that helps us also build policy. So I appreciate that. And of course, obviously, anytime somebody recognizes just how fast the world is moving right now, it's refreshing to see. So often, especially in this building where we're reactionary, this has happened, so what do we need to do? I want to, not only from our side, but from all the institutions that come through here, highlight that we should be thinking 5, 10, 15 years down the road. I appreciate that greatly. So thank you for making the effort today. For the committee, it is my intent to allow these 3 institutions back for future questions in my review of past year's meetings here, because I had to teach myself how you guys have been operating. I've noticed that these 3 institutions have been, I feel like they've been quick. The budget hearing or budget briefing, and then they'll work the bill. And I feel like these institutions needed just a little bit more time, given all that they've got going on their campuses. So for the committee, we will, if the schools can make it back here, have one more shot to talk with them before we work their budgets in this process. Looking at the time, looks like we crushed it. So, just so you know, being on time gets us out of here early, and I appreciate you guys. Is there anything from the committee? Any feedback from the committee before closing remarks when we get out of here? Representative
We
Sawyer.
have like folders to put this stuff in.
We do, you don't. I'm just kidding. I think we get that for you. Yeah, I think we can make that work. We don't, like I said earlier today, we don't have our committee assistant here yet. She's still in training. She's brand spanking new. So when she gets here, we will get you all taken care of. I promise that you won't have to walk out like a freshman, papers everywhere. Anything else? Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So next week is when session officially starts. So kind of when our first meeting's going to be Wednesday, or what day do we start in this committee?
Yeah, that is my intent. As I mentioned before, Dayton and I are going to finalize the calendar, and then we are going to work the budgets that we heard this morning as early as possible. And then it will be similar to last year's pace of play, but I will get that information to you as soon as I have it. As you know, I'm learning, so you will give me a little grace as I stumble over this, but I will get that to you as soon as I have it figured out, I promise. Again, my goal is to reduce your stress because that reduces mine. Anything else? Excellent. Staff. I appreciate you all. Thanks for making the effort to get here on 0 week. We are adjourned.